And we are live. Hey, Concrete.
What's good? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday, lady. What's going on?
Oh, it's been a quite a weekend. Let's start off with you. How was your weekend?
It was everything. I had a fantastic time.
Okay.
Me and Curlin turns up, honey, but it seems like we go up a notch every time. So it was
Okay.
dope. It was really dope. I enjoyed myself thoroughly.
A
So
nice little vacay, nice little getaway.
yes, honey. Well, much needed, much
Mhm.
needed. So I definitely enjoyed that. What about you? How was your weekend?
I had a pretty good weekend. Friday, I did the panel with oh my gosh, I don't want to butcher her name. Shalakemia.
Shout out to her.
Absolutely.
You guys had a dope show.
Yes, it was over the therapist who was fired. And we kind of broke down that whole discussion and kind of talked about talked about Black men's mental health and kind of broke apart the argument and how a lot of her pleas were gaslighting and just talked about everything from A to Z regarding that situation and made some comparisons because, we talked about how Kevin Samuels and his passing and how women basically had zero empathy for him. However, Black women came out in droves in support of this therapist and just drawing those comparisons. And it was just a really, really, really good, well-rounded discussion. And I enjoyed it. I was just, pleasantly surprised with the other panel guests and the other points that were being made. And it was just very enjoyable.
Well, that is so dope to hear. I am so
Yeah.
glad that you guys got a chance to collaborate. And also, shout out to Uncle Stu, who was also a part of that
Yes.
collaboration.
Uncle Stu was on there too, and that made me, I'm not even gonna lie, that made me feel a little bit more comfortable because y'all already know Danny is typically the one who makes her way through the space, and you know what I mean, is typically the one that's frequenting other people's panels. And it just so happens that Shalakemia I was conversing with her on TikTok on under someone else's post, and we started talking back and forth, and that's kind of how we became familiar with one another. So but I really enjoyed it. So aside from that, I had a very dope weekend. It was one of my good friends' 40th birthday. So she had a
Nice.
cookout at her house on Saturday, and I hadn't seen her in a while. So I went over to her house, girl. They had me taking shots, if you could believe it. And it
Shots
was
of what?
fun. Girl, like the peer pressure was so freaking real.
Wait. Hold up. I know. Nah, child, you ain't just say
Listen,
that.
shots, like seriously.
Shots
Oh
of
my
what,
god.
girl?
It was that Crown Peach. Like, is that what it's
You
called?
did it?
Girl, like, listen, she like, oh my gosh, it's my birthday. You cannot not take a birthday shot with me. And then one shot turned into two shots, and she like, okay, you gotta drink. You can't be sitting up here the only one sober. So then a cup of wine turned into two cups of wine, and I'm like, okay, that's it. I'm not having anything else to drink. And it was
How
a
the
good
hell you
time.
become an alcoholic over the weekend and I
Listen,
wasn't a part of it?
it was literally, it
What?
was like I lived, luckily, I was there for like 3 hours. So nothing phased me because I sat there for so long. But it was such a fun time and just catching up. It was a house full of folks and some of her friends that I knew. And like, because when I used to work at State Farm, and just like, it was a good time. I had fun this weekend. It was a real good time.
Yeah, I see you was over there getting drunk and stuff.
Girl, whatever. Peer pressure. They peer pressured me, girl. They really, really did.
Okay. Well, I want to send a shout out to this messy
Uh
ass
oh.
bee.
This fool.
Stays messy, but that's cool. He
What you talking
says,
about?
stopping through, props to Concrete solo appearance the other day. She mentioned she was one half of a duo, something Damie never says when she's on other channels. She only
Oh,
represents herself.
oh,
Anyway, just an
oh.
observation. Have a good show. Go to hell, B.
Let me tell you something. You can always count on B to bring the mess. If you can't count on him to do nothing else, baby, you can count on him to bring the mess.
I know. So I've changed your name. Shout out to UFO Kamikaze. Her name is Wild Irish Rose tonight, baby.
Oh no, 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 not no dang old wild Irish rose. Like, listen, I'm gonna tell you something. Like, I am not a drinker, especially brown liquor, but I was like, okay, make sure that it's something sweet. So that what did I say it is? Peach Crown is actually pretty smooth. Like, I was like, okay, that
What?
wasn't bad. It was pretty smooth. It wasn't
Oh
like
shit! If
Hennessy.
you do
It
that with
tastes
him, I
like
know you drinking some Hennessy with
no,
me.
Hennessy tastes like penny water.
Girl,
Like,
you ain't had Hennessy in 30 years. It's fruitier now. Don't even worry
the
about it.
last time I had it, I was probably about 19, but
Good.
it tasted like penny water then, and
Girl,
I'm
all you
sure it's
gotta do is like one shot. It's not gonna be
oh
a
my
thing.
god.
Don't even worry
Listen,
about it.
good night. For
No,
your
I mean if
birthday.
you drink with them, I know you drinking with
For
me.
your
I ain't even worry
birthday.
about it.
For your birthday.
Girl, yeah, my birthday like next week.
Whatever. Anyways, but what's tea, girl? There's so much going on. I got so much to talk about.
Oh, well, let me shout out to B again. He says, by the way, Concrete Wi Fi did seem janky on that show.
Oh my
Makes me
gosh.
wonder if she's getting her cuts of these super chats.
Oh,
She's probably getting a bit
you
more.
know what?
Never mind.
Oh, you know what?
I just show up.
Be so messy. I started off on my iPad because y'all always talking about my sound messing up. So I came in on my iPad, and then when I came in on my iPad, my connection was messed up. So I'm like, okay, forget it. I'm gonna have to just forego my sound, and I just went back to my laptop. So I exit out of my iPad and my sound I didn't have any issues with my sound at all whatsoever. So I just stayed on my laptop and was like, forget it, because I had to, it was on an on-camera interview, so I was concerned about my sound, and I tried to be on my iPad, and I was like, forget it, I'm just gonna have to be on my laptop. So I stayed on my laptop, and things worked out. I didn't have any issues with my sound or borging or anything like that, so it was fine. But yeah, I enjoyed it. It was dope. So be just so damn messy. Like, is this what we got to deal with all night long? Lord have mercy. He making up for lost
Girl,
time. He is.
I figure if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere, like in the world. Like you can make it anywhere dealing with these fools. So
Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. I agree. I would agree with that.
yes,
Wholeheartedly.
but let me shout out these folks in the chat. Hey, Black Wizard, Big Truck, what's up? Tamiko, hey girl. I think, cause you never know. Just DJR, what's up? Hey, Eugene. Amethyst Stone, hey. UFO Kamikaze, who named Concrete for the night. Shout out to Madam Logic Bomb Dropper. She's saying that she only drinks Patron on the rocks, honey.
Oh, okay. I took a bottle. I took Casamigos Reposado. I don't drink, but I know that that's a popular drink, so I just took that. But yeah, I don't typically drink. I'll say that.
You sure know what the hell to do.
Whatever. Anyway.
Shout out to Jerome's ratchet ass. Hey Jerome, we just old lady ganging it up, honey.
Old
What's
lady
up,
gang.
Jerome?
OLG.
Mr. C, what's up? Gaston, where you been? And Eisen.
Man,
Uh-oh.
listen.
Kid Clouds here, girl. You getting ready to get your ass taught to claim, honey, because you know how you do.
Between him and B, Lord have mercy. I don't know if I'm ready. I don't.
George, Concrete and George drink at 5 o'clock. So?
You know what I drink?
Shit.
My protein shake that I got right here that I'm sipping on. That's about it. Like that's all the drinking I'm gonna do for 2022.
You hear that? You hear that?
Whatever.
Okay.
I,
Okay.
I got a water and a protein shake. That's it.
Oh, girl, you sound extra dedicated, girl.
I'm listen, baby. I'm about to be so fine. I ain't playing with them. I ain't playing with them. But anyways, listen.
Yes. Let's get off into the tea, honey. What's going on?
It's so much. I don't even know where to start. So I guess we can start with I saw something very interesting. Let's start with the video that you sent me the other day. So you want to introduce the video that you sent me? I don't even remember what outlet you saw it on.
What
The
was the
video
video about, girl? You
video that you sent me about the guy that was a member of the alphabet community that was interested in trying out being with a woman. And the women, the black women, were in the comments clamoring at a chance at being his first. So it was a member of the alphabet community who was saying he had never been with a woman and he didn't truly know if he really didn't like women because he had never even tried. And women, the desperation of it all, were in the comments like,
baby,
I'll do it. I'll be
clawing
your
at the bits.
and I just could not wrap my head around that for the life of me. And coincidentally, the day that you sent me that, it was the same day as Messy C. You know who Messy C is, right?
Yes.
Messy C. It was his. It was the same day as his engagement part or his bridal shower. So
Wow.
on his bridal shower, like there was videos of him bending over. He had on a little tight skirt, and he's a member of the. Well, he's bi, and he's the person who was dating a woman. He's openly bi, was dating a woman, and then he left the woman for a man, and they kept the same wedding date. And my thing is with black women, I'm questioning like, are we getting to a point that we of desperation that we're willing to stoop so low as to sleep with men who are openly bi or even gay, and we're so desperate that we're willing to sleep with them knowing that they really don't have an interest in women. And I saw another similar story where a woman did something similar. I think a man commented in the comments where he said a woman did the same thing because he was interested in seeing if he liked women, and it resulted in him getting the woman pregnant. Like, the thirst is just too much for me, and I find it to be quite repulsive. I wanted to know what your thoughts are on that, and if you as disgusted as I am, because child,
I
I'm just
was probably in more shock than anything, but what really caught me off guard. So when the guy described his experience, he said he really experienced optimum pleasure. And he was saying that the girl kind of grabbed him with her parts, and he was just as shocked, and he kept saying like, she clenched me, y'all. And like, I think he really enjoyed himself. But I think I went to his TikTok, and I actually think he did it again. So he said something took over him, and that was the funniest thing to me. The women being as desperate as they were didn't surprise me. I have friends that are also of the LGBTQ, and
mhm.
they said that women have tried to go along with them. um it was one of our friends who said he had never seen a vag before, and like a bunch of women pulled out their badges and showed him. So
Like, what possesses a woman though? Like, what, like, sis, like, what in your mind says, oh, I'll do it, like, I like, that's what I'm trying to understand. Like, I just can't fathom what about a
girl,
woman
they
says,
said at least the gay men got some money and they can trade makeup, and
I can't like wrap
I don't
my
know,
head
child.
around that. And also, I understand that sex is a procreative act, so you are risking bringing forth life. In addition, like, I'm sorry, like, I don't find it attractive for a man who is interested in other men and engages in those types of acts with other men. That is that's a turn off for me. So that alone wouldn't do it for me. But aside from that, like what is it about you that wants to do like this whole science project experimentation thing?
That
Like, oh,
that's exactly what it sounds like. But what I found interesting was that his biology took over. But I think some women are obsessed with like turning men out or
mm,
being
okay.
the one to bring them back, quote unquote. You just
But
never
you know
know.
what? And I didn't get from him that he was like enjoying it like that. At the end of it, he like, I still don't like women. I'm still gay. I'm gonna stick with the team that I'm batting for.
But like I said, I think he ended up going back to
Okay,
try it
I didn't
again.
know all
I
of
think
that.
that's what I listened to. But he was saying, try something new. He said the guys weren't acting right,
He did say
and
it snatched him or something that it
it
clinched.
clinched him. Yeah, it
I mean,
clinched
I
me.
guess it's no difference than a Bucci cat, but like,
Oh my god, did you?
I'm just
No,
saying,
I'm out.
I mean, whatever. To each his own, I guess. I'm just
You
not even
said
gonna
Bucci cat. Like,
listen. Do whatever it is that you like. I'm just
you
gonna leave
called
it
it a Bucci cat, bruh. Where'd you,
there.
what the hell is a Bucci cat?
I mean, I've heard people use all kind of weird names for it, so
Not a Bucci cat, honey. I'm done.
whatever,
This is why we don't never stay on the green. This is
All right, we
why.
can move on. I'm sorry.
Oh my
I don't know why I
god.
brought that up because yeah.
And then you was excited to talk about it too.
No, I'm
Girl.
bothered by it because I don't understand what it is that is making women like, like what is I don't understand. Like I feel like we kind of going through some type of paradigm shift. Like I can't even
We
lie.
are.
I mean, we got stud daddies. We got men
Don't even
looking
know why
for
that made me
dogs.
laugh, but like, listen,
I
and
feel like
stud
we in
daddies
the
be like
Twilight Zone,
hellified
sis. Like,
stepfathers, though.
I never, like, my grandma told me we was living in our last days, and I didn't want to believe it. I feel like we getting closer and closer. Like, this is bothering me, and so yeah, I just wanted to talk about it. I needed to bring it to the altar.
I mean, honey, like them stud daddies really do be out here, honey. Like
Listen,
stud daddies really be like, I'm a man.
listen,
Like, damn, son.
yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
Listen,
yeah.
it was just
That's
something
my
that I
sentiment
needed to.
exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It
Okay,
was
we're
just
all
one of those
stud
things I
daddies. We're all
wanted to
stud
bring up.
daddies. And we on to these cheating assholes.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, y'all need y'all
Let's talk
ass
about it.
beat.
Hmm.
So y'all stupid ass and sat around and took a survey and have admitted to cheating. And so what they figured out now is that women cheat more than men because you dumb assholes then got on there and then said something about cheating and stuff. And the first thing I was like is what dumb asshole would sit there and tell the truth about that? Now every time you turn around and we trying to point the finger at the men, they gonna be like, but y'all do it too, y'all do it too. That was like the last leg we had to stand on, and now y'all done messed that up. Who was responsible for that, Concrete? What did you think about that? I was like, wow.
Okay, so I didn't read the whole article, but I am interested in knowing the details of the study. So I'm interested in getting the details of the study because sometimes those studies be misleading. And what I mean by misleading is I'm going to take it back to the dinner whore study. We know that dinner whore study was what I would consider to be misleading. It was done at a very small private school, or I think it might have been two schools, very small private white schools. It was a small study of
Mm-hmm.
like 1,200 people, and it wasn't a very good sample size, so some of these studies are oftentimes misleading. So therefore, for me, it's important to know where this information is coming from. So
Well, the link was from the New York Post,
mhm.
and it didn't. It said that a researcher interviewed sex sociologists and sex researchers and anthropologists for her book, and is a lot of people saying that men cheating more than women is simply untrue. They said that the female libido is drastically underestimated. They said women are likely to cheat out of boredom versus anything else. Um, they said that women get bored with the same sexual sameness. So if you
Mm.
only got that one missionary position, you need to switch it up. That's what they said. And so I
So,
thought that was crazy.
from your personal experience, let's just use nuanced experiences from, the women we know. Do you believe it? Do you believe that to be true?
I don't believe it to be greater. I would say it would probably be more so equal, but generally most people don't advertise, especially women, that they cheat unless it's within your personal circle. And even in your personal circle, unless you've had friendships for 20, 30 years, you're not going to just tell, your regular associates that, how you get down. So from my experience, I don't know a lot of women that's cheated, but I do know a couple. I do know a couple.
I will say that I do think that society greatly underestimates the degree of the number of women that cheat. I
Yeah.
do agree that, as a rule of thumb, women are often looked at as the more faithful partners, and I don't think that that is typically true. I think that it would be more equal, more it's closer to equal than anything else. I will say that. I don't have any. You know what? Why the hell I just noticed that you changed my name? Girl, I'm so slow.
Ah,
Why did I just notice that? Oh my gosh.
there you
Oh,
go.
Lord have mercy. Okay, so I don't have any data to support my assertion, but I do believe that it's more close to even than anything else. I think that women are just as apt to cheat as men. And I do think that oftentimes, if a woman does not feel fulfilled in a relationship, she is likely to step out. Yeah, I do believe that. Yeah.
Okay. Let me try to see something. Is this showing on Naima's channel? Oh my gosh. Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Child, well, shout out to Naima's people, honey. I believe I,
Uh-oh.
I believe I actually hit the what you call it on her. So
You broadcasting
that
me
is
like you
our
see.
bad for that. Yikes. So yeah, honey, we all up on Naima's channel just doing content on her behalf. Y'all send some Naima some money.
And you can't
I can't stop it. I thought her thing was disabled, but I can't stop it.
during
Yeah,
the
it's over
broadcast.
with. So I'll go back and delete it from our channel. But
Okay.
yeah, sorry about that, guys. I hit that. I for whatever reason I didn't think I could hit it, but I thought it was disabled. But oh
Oh,
well.
okay.
But let's get off into the
Okay. Well,
next
I did
topic.
have something else I wanted to ask. Did you see the allegations against George Foreman?
I saw something surrounding it. I didn't get a chance to read it, but tell me
Hmm.
about it, girl.
So, from what I saw, I believe that there's allegations that two women are stating that when they were minors, they said while he was in his 20s. Now, he's currently 73. So we
Mm,
talking close to 50 or more years ago. That these women were like around 15 and 16 years old, and they're alleging that like 2 years after meeting him, I think he knew or somehow had a relationship or friendship with their dad or both of their dads or one of their dad, that he assaulted them. And so now 50 years later, they're coming out with these allegations, and they're suing him. And I wanted to know your thoughts. Like, I have so many.
So you waited still all this time.
Hmm.
You didn't say anything.
Hmm.
He's 75, 95 years old. And bam, oh, he did this to me when I was 18, 17,
Hmm.
20, well, however old they were. It really starts when you wait that long. And were these women ever paid off? Did they ever sign anything?
Based off of the initial report that I read, I didn't see anything where they were paid, or nor did I see anything that stating that they signed anything.
Yeah, I think that it really diminishes old victims, and I'm not gonna say that they weren't real victims or anything, but the longer you wait, the less credible you look. And if you've ever received a payoff and you still come back and come forward with that, you took the payoff in exchange for your story and your testimony, and you took it in exchange for your trauma.
Hmm.
And so when you decide to take a payoff, you don't get to and not to say that they took a payoff because we don't know, but
Yeah.
it's just the fact that you wait 20, 30 years to come forward with allegations when
Well,
you
some women say that, women deal with trauma differently, and, a sexual assault is a very hard thing to deal with. And, sometimes it takes decades before you can really come to terms with it. And,
this is
sometimes.
going to sound horrible.
Mhm.
Horrible. And I mean like fucking horrible. So that's my disclaimer. I think about all the traumas and shit that I've experienced as a child. I think about everything that I've gone through as an adult. You're not going to be able to hold on to every fucked up thing that happens to you. You're not going to be able to hold on to it and move on and be healthy. If something happened to you 20 years ago, and not to say, cuz trauma does affect us differently, but it's like you'll see women that will go on to I'm not going to say all of them lived happy lives. Child need to just get out of there, but it's like um if you say you took some money or this happened 20 years ago and this affected you different and a lot of stuff, to me it's like go to therapy, get some help, charge the person when you like. I can't say that I necessarily buy all the this happened to me 20 years ago, and all of a sudden now I'm deciding to come forward with it. No, I don't want to press any charges, but I want to sue him. Like, come on.
I,
It
I have
sounds
to,
horrible.
I am going to say, y'all know how had a, um, my stance was, um, I don't want to say, I had a stance that differed from most people's as it related to the incident with Bill Cosby. Not that I felt as though he was innocent, but I felt as though he was wrongly imprisoned because they went back and used the deposition that was sealed. And I do not believe in the justice system using I don't believe in the justice system skirting the law to jail people, because if they do it to Bill Cosby, if they do it to someone who has the resources, they'll damn sure do it to someone who doesn't, like a me or a you. I am a big, huge proponent of, if someone deserves to be imprisoned, if they deserve to be jailed, use the law to get them the right way. So I stood by that, and I kind of was reading the pretty. I was following that the case pretty closely and reading some of the very intimate details of the case, of the deposition, and I was pretty abreast as to what was going on. So I was very adamant on my stance on that case. I am not of the mindset that this person did something wrong, and even if you have to make up a lie to jail them, go ahead and do it because they did something wrong, and so bend the law to get them. I don't believe in that's just not how I operate, because
Mm-hmm.
if they will do that to get one person, they'll do it to get someone who has not committed a crime. So, that's just mentally how I operate. Nonetheless, I say all that to say, I feel as though something is off. It is not sheer coincidence that we are now seeing tons of women in the same era that are coming out the woodworks and that are crying foul. And many of these women, they're not even seeking criminal charges. They are seeking to be compensated, in a civil court. And I find that to be very interesting. I wasn't there, but I find it to be pretty interesting. Um, I
Because it starts to look like a money ploy versus you actually being a real fucking victim. And when you have been violated in such a way, there's not an amount of money in the world that can compensate for you being violated in such a way. But to me, the waiting 20 years and then you're not even going after fucking
50 years. You waited
yeah,
a lifetime.
the fact that you're not going after criminal charges, but you're going after them in civil suits. It fucking kills me because women are the main ones. Oh, I love women. I stand with women. But you would sign your name on a dotted line to take a payoff in order to keep your mouth shut and keeping this fucking predator on the street versus actually pursuing criminal charges against that person. And not to say that that's an easy feat, but if this really happened to you and you saying, a lot of women, oh, I love women, I really care about women, the sisterhood, but then you're leaving this fucking predator out there to victimize other
Yeah,
women.
exactly,
Like,
exactly. And
I
that's the
can't.
part. That's the part. Like, really and truly, I get it. But, even with how you were traumatized, like, think about the additional young girls that you are leaving at risk. In addition to that, if we're saying if a person committed a heinous crime against someone, they deserve to pay no matter how long ago it was. Like, what about all them MFs that have lynched black folks? What about Carolyn Bryant? Like, let's not allow her to live the rest of her days out in peace. Like, it's too many. Like, we get to pick and choose and say, oh, well, this person, because he is alleged to have harmed a woman, we got to get him. But this person is alleged to have masterminded and or been the proprietor or the person responsible for the death of a young black boy because she lied and said he whistled at her or he touched her or looked at her wrong, and as a result her family members went out and brutalized or brutally beat and killed this young boy. We're gonna but she's already ill. We're gonna allow her to live out the rest of her days
Yeah.
peacefully. Like, I don't like that. Like, that
Because
bothers
we're not in a real freaking justice system. It's justice for some and everybody else, you get what you get.
me.
But they don't want to see that lady suffer. And
Yeah.
it's almost like it's a slap in the face for sure. To
Mm-hmm.
the family and everything, but
Child.
it's America, honey.
It
Yeah, justice
is.
is yeah, it's whatever they feel like it is for the day. And that's just what it is, but
It is.
here, girl, I'm about to get upset.
Okay. I think I have maybe one or two more.
Well, I had a
Go
little
ahead.
video that I wanted to watch. and I wanted us to break it down. It'll take about the video's about 5 minutes. If I'm probably play it a bit faster, so we can really check it out. So get yours out, and then I want to play this video.
Relating to the topic?
No,
Oh, okay, okay, okay. Um, did you see the comments that were made by Aries Spears in reference to Lizzo?
I've been seeing all the hoopla around it, but I'm not interested in Aries Spears or Lizzo. And so I saw it and I was, I saw her do like an AMA speech where she was talking about she was that bitch and she ain't worried about these hoes.
Well, the reason that I bring it up is because I wanted to. I think that it's interesting because it's something that I've seen with other people, um, other men. Um, so Aries Spears is a comedian. For those who are not familiar, I don't find him funny, but he's a comedian, and he was doing an interview. I don't even know who was doing the interview. Someone asked him a question. They asked him about Lizzo's music, and I felt like it was a bait question. They knew he would, go on the attack regarding Lizzo, and he made a comment about Lizzo and talked about her needing to keep her clothes on, said she looked like a bowl of mashed potatoes.
Ooh.
And, the problem was that, Aries Spears, he said she got a cute face, but that she looked like a bowl of mashed potatoes. The problem came into play because Aries Spears, oh, okay, it was Vlad. Vlad always baiting somebody.
Mm.
The problem is that Aries Spears is also overweight. And so, of course, people like
But he got money though.
Allegedly,
But he got money though.
the problem came into play because people was like the hypocrisy, you shaped the same way, you fat, you unattractive, yada yada yada. There were famous people also coming to Lizzo's defense, as well as everybody on the internet was like, how dare you, yada yada yada. So my thing was that I agree. I think that he was being hypocritical, but I have heard, and I think that I've even heard you say something similar. That for men, physical appearance is not as important. Like how the man's appearance isn't as important as his financial status because he's a man. Whereas for a woman, her beauty, her physical appearance is weighted more because, she's a woman. And so I wanted to know your thoughts on it. I wanted to know, your thoughts on if, in fact, his physical appearance is weighted as much as Lizzo's physical appearance, especially because she is in the field of entertainment, and if his comments were, inappropriate and out of line.
I think his comments were definitely inappropriate and out of line simply because they're in the same industry. And when you're in the industry, it's already hard enough on you. Aries hasn't had, I think I heard one to two good jokes, one to two. I remember like the joke he did about his friend coming home, like the white friend coming home to the black house. And I've heard the joke, made by several people, so it wasn't that great of a joke, but it's his thing. Other than that, I think the guy is totally irrelevant. I think people will say whatever to make themselves relevant. Lizzo is quote unquote popping right now. Mm-hmm. And what better way to use her than to get on?
Right.
The problem is, to me though, is when you have big guys talking about big girls like their appearance doesn't matter. Because, and I would say that their appearance doesn't matter if they make the money. If you have enough money, there's no such thing as an ugly billionaire. It's just not gonna happen. It's not a thing. Mm-hmm. But if you're broke and dusty as fuck and you actually have the audacity audacity to be pointing your finger and looking down your nose on somebody, then I think that's where we're fucking up at, because physical appearance does matter to women, as women have proved over and over and
Mhm.
over again.
Mhm.
And men want to say they know something about females' nature, but then they don't know when it comes down to their own looks and their own appearances. A lot of men don't get it. And of course, oh, she's fat, she's fat, she's fat. Well, she can look at you and say, well, you're fat and you're broke and you're not productive as a man. And so it's a two-way street to me.
I agree with everything that you said. I think that physical appearance does matter. The thing is, the question that he was asked, it had absolutely nothing to do with her physical appearance. It was about her talent. And albeit fat, she is newly engaged to an attractive guy. So, fat or not, she's paid as well. In addition, she is partnered with someone, and as long as he's satisfied, that's what should matter. And I think that his comment was ignorant. I don't find him to be funny. I doubt that he's paid, and I just think that it was in poor taste. So, yeah, I
Yeah.
just think that he,
Hurt
I
people
guess,
hurt people.
yeah, that's true. But I guess it did make him relevant. It gave him 15 minutes of fame that he didn't have prior to. So yeah, there's that.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
have.
shut. Oh,
Go ahead.
sorry. I was
You
just
you can
gonna
do that real quick. Go ahead.
shout out to Uncle Stu. He says, salute, salute, Uncle Stu in the building. If you guys aren't familiar with Uncle Stu is the old man on the block. Go and subscribe to his channel. And thank you, Uncle Stu. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Uncle Stu. I got one last thing, and we can get off into the video and then into our topic.
Okay.
Last thing. So Pete Davidson. I don't know if you saw the comment that Pete recently made in a Vogue interview where he was talking about there was a song that he said resonates with him. I can't even remember who it's by, but he said, oh, by Noah Vea. It's called Anything for You. And in the song, it said one of the lines, it says F you. And he is talking about how, he would do anything for you, like how, he's fallen in love and he'll do anything for you. And he said that Kim Kardashian used him as a rebound after her divorce and how he was willing to do anything for her. And that's why he connected with the song so much. And he basically was saying F you to Kim Kardashian. And I wanted to know your thoughts.
Kim is the bitch we thought she was. I don't have
Right.
anything. Like,
Right.
if you're this dumb, and not to say, it's a difference when you're out in the public eye, but you have a sex tape with Ray J of all fucking people. Ray J has got to
Mm.
be the corniest nigga alive. I
Mhm.
swear. I can taste the popcorn from here. You had Ray J, you had what's the basketball player dude? Chris Humphreys.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
You was engaged to somebody else or married to
She
somebody else.
married
You was
a
with
music
Yay.
exec. Yeah.
You and your sisters have ran through Nick. Y'all, it's like they the niggas. They've been running trains and shit and trading dudes back and forth and sleeping with their best friends' men. And
Mm-hmm.
you chose to get with her though, even after you heard all of this shit. And it's not like Kim's reputation hasn't preceded her, so you knew what was up, but you still chose to hop in the pool.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well. And it's like, child.
I think
Oh well.
she's a 40-year-old divorcee with 4 kids. What did you think she was gonna do with you aside from play with you? Like, you the one got caught up, want to run and get tattoos, falling in love, riding around on golf courts with the kids on your lap, playing stepdaddy, falling in love. Like, you
Right.
was the goofy, like, sending messages to Kanye, tweeting Kanye with her in the bed with her and all type of foolishness.
Facts.
Like, you got caught up, like you the buster, like ain't nobody feeling sorry for you.
And
You a
how much
goofy.
you want to bet that Kanye can still go back and hit it?
I'm sure he can. Listen, I know Kanye laughing his ass off.
Did he just
Like,
say Pete
oh, I forgot about Reggie
rest in
Bush.
peace Skeet or some shit?
Yes, yes. Only
Child, he
reason
knew.
Kim made him take it down because he was like laughing at him, and they talking about he had to check himself into some sort of not rehab, but some sort of treatment center or something like that. But like he's the goofy. Everybody saw that, but you. Like, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, after a certain age, you don't get to yeah, you don't get to be silly about it anymore. You gotta own that. Take the L. Deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah, he's
tried.
a goofy. But that's it. That's all I had.
Okay. Well, hey Naima, we're broadcasting on your channel as well, honey. Sorry.
Accidentally.
Oh,
Child.
bad. Sorry about that. Well, I do have a video that I wanted to play and I wanted to get your thoughts. This is a video off of Sheila Truelove. And it's
Okay.
called This Is Why I Tell Women to Find a Way to Make Your Own Money. And
Hmm.
I was floored by the video. Low key, it pissed me off, and I was like, "Oh, child, we going down the wrong road,
Okay.
child." So, I want us to watch this video, and let me see what it's looking like, and I want to do something different. There we go. What you think about that, Creep? You know not to do that,
Oh, I can't stand this lady.
baby. The bitch nuts. She
As
is nuts.
hell.
But anywho, let me set the speed up just a smidge. We'll do 1.25. Let's play.
Let's watch these two videos together, and then we'll talk about it at the end, okay?
So you mean to tell me I just pulled a 13-hour shift and I ain't got no food to come home to? Huh?
Why didn't you get something on your way home? Why you always just waiting for your raggedy cousin?
Look, I just pulled a 13-hour shift. You being my wife, I pay all the bills in here.
All the dishes clean, your clothes clean. Wait, what?
You don't fix me no lunch for my job. You eating? You work from home.
Okay,
I can't come home to a full course
this is
meal.
leftover that I had from last night.
Part two.
But I'm saying I can't come home to a full course meal. What we married for? What we married for?
I'm not your mama, I'm your wife. The dishes clean, your clothes clean, you always got to clean clothes when you go to work, don't you? Can you stop recording me?
I can't come home to a full course meal. Working all these long goddamn hours, I can't come home to a full course meal. Huh? I just knew I was gonna come home and have some food on the goddamn stove. And now you playing, man. You playing.
You
You
could have got
playing.
this on your way home. You could have got
Okay, for whatever reason, I don't know why. Oh, okay. Can y'all see the full video? Y'all should be able to see it.
No. We the top is cut off, but
Okay. Well, that's pretty much there's still some other things, but I want to know what you thought about that so far, because I really had some commentary about it, child. What are your thoughts thus far?
I mean, I saw the video. Um I thought that they both seem uninterested in each other's needs and kind of disengaged, kind of like they checked out already. That's what I would say.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna continue playing and then I'll give my commentary.
Man, what the hell we get married for? You been doing it for like 2 or 3 months, man. What is it? I can't get no food when I come to the house. But I'm saying I can't come home to a full course meal. What we married for?
Now, again, I don't know him. I'm not diagnosing him with anything. I'm not a mental health care professional. But what I will say is my abusive ex used to talk to me the same way he's talking to her. And that was if I ever wasn't feeling well, if dinner was ever late and wasn't ready as soon as he walked through the door. So it wasn't that I didn't want to cook or that I wasn't, it's just it wasn't ready on his timeline, or I wasn't allowed to not feel well. She has a work from home job, and even if she didn't, she would have a right to be tired and to have an off day and to not want to cook for a grown ass man. In my mind, maybe somewhere in La La Land, a real man would come home and be like, babe, did you cook something? Oh, no? Okay. Well, I'm going to order us some Chinese food. What do you want? Or he would just fix himself a fucking sandwich. And him constantly saying, what?
This man done worked 13 whole fucking hours. You don't have to pay any of the bills. You get to work from home. You work from home.
Did he say she don't pay the bills?
He says he pays all the bills.
Oh, okay. When she says she worked from home, I assume that she contributed to the bills, but okay.
When he said that he paid all the bills and he worked a 13-hour shift and this man walked through the door and she is telling him he should have picked up some food on the way to the house after taking care of your family and providing for your family. You tell this nigga, you offer him a pizza that you done slobbered all over. Like a trifling whore.
She did.
You offered him that little slice of pizza like here. And it's interesting to me because, you know, I went in the comments section and all you had, oh yeah, girl, he shouldn't want no damn home cooked meal when he done slaved out in the hot damn sun all day. He worked 13 hours. What's that? My daddy used to work 24 hours a day and my mom ain't have to do nothing. I'm trying to figure out where these raggedy ass bitches then came from and what the hell is so hard about, because don't get me wrong, I think certain aspects of your life can be negotiated. I don't have to cook every day, but we've negotiated things to where, okay, I cook 5 times out the week. On these days we do A, B, C, D. But if a man then went to work for 13 whole hours, you think about 13 hours, your man went to work for 13 hours and he comes home and you ain't even go and pick up. You could have went and ordered some DoorDash, or you could have DoorDashed it. You could have prepared something. You could have went out and had something ready for him to come home to. But it was, to me, she seems way more unappreciative than he sounded. And go ahead.
I personally feel like I definitely feel like now she wasn't sitting at home all day, so I'm assuming she probably worked 8 hours. But nonetheless, if he worked a 13-hour day, you could literally make a meal in 30 minutes. Like, let's not act like it takes a long, like tacos take 30 minutes. Literally, rice-a-roni and baked chicken. You running some chicken up in the oven, 30 minutes. Like, it doesn't take a long time to cook a meal. So, literally, she could have cooked. I feel like she checked out of the relationship because he says that this has been 2-3 months that she's been doing this. And I don't know, if she's giving her attention to someone else, but she literally has checked out of the relationship. And that is quite apparent. Like, she's no longer interested in, tending to his needs. And she like, well, I'm not your mama. I clean your clothes, this, that, and the other. But the man wants a hot meal. And I think that that's not too much to ask. And I do think that this chick, which I expect her to do, she's downplaying it. Oh, any man would have been like she deserves, a day off. This isn't a day off. He says that this has been ongoing for 2-3 months, that this is a pattern of behavior. It doesn't take that long to run something up in the oven. It doesn't take that long to, quick fix something, put something in the crock pot while you're working. Literally 5 minutes, you can put some chicken and season it up in the crock pot and put on some rice and,
Facts.
Chicken and rice while he done, put a can of string beans. Like, literally, it don't take that long. Like, it's not a lot of effort. She really doesn't want to. She doesn't want to put forth the effort.
Nope, she does not want to put forth the effort. But then you have this dizzy, goofy ass broad.
Which I expect. This lady
Who
is miserable. She admits on
has
her
to be.
channel she said she was in a relationship with a narcissist, which she stayed in for like over 10 years. And she says he was abusive, but you gave him multiple children. You stayed in that relationship, and now every man is a piece of crap to you. Like, nah, sis,
Yeah.
that was the man that you stayed with. And literally, she paints every black man with a broad stroke brush, and all of them are her ex to her. Like, literally, all of them.
Which is absolutely
She's a
crazy.
busy.
When they talk about the therapy situation, they should have mentioned about, don't get me wrong, I still think black women do go to therapy more than black men, but that's another topic for another day. But she seriously needs therapy. I was sitting here listening, and I like my nose was starting to flare up, because I'm like, how fucking ridiculous do you sound when you're sitting here you could have stopped and got you something to eat. A real man would have said, oh, okay, babe, I'll just get some Chinese food.
No, she sounded stupid with that. Now,
She
it's one
sounded dumb
thing.
as hell.
Yeah, like I agree. You don't like, I know that I cook for my husband far more than most women do, and it's really just us two here. Like, literally, I know that I cook for him far more, and he tells me, sit down, you don't have to cook, you don't have, like I do too much. But literally, I do understand that, it could be that time of the, she's not even saying that. She's literally, this woman is creating excuses for this woman that this woman didn't even give. She's literally
So
saying,
true.
I ain't your mama. I don't like, she basically saying, I don't feel like it. I didn't want to cook. But this lady is creating excuses for her. Like,
Yeah.
man, that lady ain't say none of that.
Girl, but it just went, it still kind of through, like, this is just fucking trifling. And then you would get mad if a bitch at work was bringing his ass some lunch. You have all kinds of shit to say about that.
Yes.
If the side chick decided she was trying to bring some lunch,
I felt like that was so disrespectful for her to try to get that man that half-eaten pizza. She was being so condescending. I was like, oh.
I probably would have slapped that shit out of her.
I would have. She was like, that was just so she was being so disrespectful.
Yeah, but then I noticed that the woman said nothing of that disrespect.
No,
you
she
see what
ain't
I'm
going
saying?
to.
Let me read these super chats. Shout out to Dane C. Hey, Dane. He says, Sis G Concrete, hey. And the Aries Spears Lizzo situation, the real person to blame is the interviewer. He knew how Aries would respond. He's a comedian. Concrete. Yeah, Concrete called that out. Concrete definitely called that out. Thank you. Shout out to Eugene Steele. He says, this man should sing to her. Bow to me, kneel for me, kiss the ring, bow to me, kneel to me, kneel for me. Pay homage to the man in your life.
Okay.
Damn, what song is that? I need to be singing that.
You're gonna try to be. She gonna sing that to Bro Curlin tonight.
Baby, I'm gonna have Curlin sing it to me. I don't
mind. Okay.
I told you I'm the simp in our relationship. I ain't even tripping.
Oh.
Yeah, girl, I ain't tripping. Shout out to MGTOW Universe. It's about time your ass showed up. He says you could have ordered food.
He was mad at us for that last. He was mad at us for that last show, baby. He was, he was pissed for it. He had to show out for a couple shows.
He ain't got to show out. We were just playing. We don't want no problems. Okay. Mm-hmm. He said you could have ordered food or used one of those ninja foodie contraptions that cooks food in 10 minutes or less. What a lousy bee. Get your passports, fellas.
He always
you ain't even gotta get your passports if you can go down south.
Listen.
Down south
go get you a Brenda, fellas.
Listen. Mississippi is the Columbia of America.
Oh, they said that's a rap song that Kevin Samuels played. Oh.
I have to hear it, child.
I never heard that one.
Me either, honey. Ooh, I didn't know he was going in like that, but yeah. I'm just like, damn. So yeah, Mary Jean would have had the damn food together too. That's what I'm saying. Like, you ain't gotta go to Columbia to get a good woman. Go to Mississippi. Go to Alabama. Go off into them countries. You ain't gotta go out the country to get a good woman. You can get a good woman right here in these United States. She's just gonna be a little fat. That's it. Y'all fat too though.
We're
Shit.
gonna have some rolls.
Listen, pull up them damn rolls and get you some ass and some good loving at night, and be under somebody you can snuggle with. That'll let you be the little spoon. You'll enjoy that. That's all.
Okay.
Baby, y'all ain't getting nothing. You know, something is better than nothing, but that's just me. That's all I'm
Well,
saying. I don't want to listen to no more of her.
yeah, I don't need to hear her. She is cringe, child. We can move on into the actual topic.
Oh, child.
Oh my gosh, I don't know if they really ready for this. I don't know if they really ready for this, but let's go ahead and move on into the actual topic of the evening. A new
Well, wait.
generation of misogynists. How red pill has infiltrated our school system.
Mm.
Let's talk about it. So, for those who don't know, the red pill ideology is infiltrating our school system. It is affecting the minds of our children. It's impacting our young boys. And it is turning our babies into misogynists. You gonna play a video first?
No, you know it's the article.
Oh, okay. You want to start off with reading of the article? Okay. So we actually were made aware of an article in reference to teachers listening to a misogynist who touts manosphere talking points. And I don't even know what to make of this. I don't know how to feel about this. I'm kind of still at a loss for words. Aside from this, we know in just through their own social interactions with other children that children are discussing red pill ideology on just a base level. But to me, this is taking it to a whole nother level. So, Danny, what you want to add before we go ahead and read the article? Or you want to just go ahead and start reading?
Well, I wanted to highlight something that I did today with Solomon. So I sat Solomon down for a minute and I asked him what he thought men should do in the household versus what women should do in the household. Now, keep in mind, my son is 10 years old, but I asked him, I said, so what do you think a man's role should be? And he said, pay bills, support the household, work hard, be fair, maintain the household budget, defend the family, and be a good family man. I was like, okay, I see you. I see you.
Little silo.
I said, what should women do in the house? He said women should nurture the kids, teach them daily lessons, give them advice, be second in charge under the man, be understanding, talk to, he said, talk to them about their traumas. You know, I was like, oh, he be listening to me. And then he said they should be able to stand up for themselves and be able to take care of themselves if they don't have a man. I said, well, who should cook and clean? He said both. I was like, both the woman and the man. I was like, what if the man is the only one with a job? And he said, well, the woman should take care of the house. And I was like, okay, all right, it sounds good. And I was like, do you think the woman should pay bills? And he was like, well, if she working, yeah, she should pay bills. I mean, she shouldn't be able to live for free. And I was like, it was very interesting to me. So that was Solomon's point of view, and I thought that was interesting. But I think for the most part, our roles here are pretty much defined. I'm second in command in the house, but Curlin is ultimately in charge of our household. And yeah, I thought his answers were very interesting and cute. Yeah, and I think Solomon is a bit on the chauvinistic side, just a smidge,
I was going to
but
ask you, do you think that he's a misogynist?
I don't think he's a misogynist at all.
But you
I
think he's
think
chauvinistic?
yeah, I think he is a bit chauvinistic because he's a boy and he's being taught a certain way.
Mhm.
So yeah, he definitely is being raised to be a bit chauvinistic
What
because
about Lil Mamas? Do you think she's a traditionalist?
I think she'll absolutely be a traditionalist.
Okay.
Absolutely. I think her father is her greatest influence,
Hmm.
and how her father likes to do stuff. Yeah, her father's pretty traditional as a man, and she'll know from the ground up what's to be expected from a healthy relationship because she's getting a chance to witness one. So I think she'll be very traditional.
Okay.
I don't think she's gonna take a whole lot of shit though. I just don't. I don't see it. She's very good at setting her boundaries. You know,
Hmm.
she don't really play, and you know, I like. Yeah, girl. I don't have any worries with him.
Okay.
Yeah, but I thought it was very interesting. Like he had a lot. I was kind of impressed with his answers. I was like, okay, so you get it and you're watching and learning. So
Hmm.
I thought it was interesting, but
Okay.
yeah, what are your thoughts?
I am not really surprised. I think that, and I don't know, like, if it's just completely, I guess you could tell me if you think it's partially nature and nurture, because I know that you also talk about, like, putting him up on game and kind of like, not in the sense like you talk to him about, like, the art of war and different kind of like red pill philosophies, so to speak. So, what do you think? Do you think it's nature, partly nature and nurture? Like it's also kind of innate because of who he is, or do you think it's really nurture that you've nurtured and fostered these ideologies in him?
I think it's more so of a nurture, considering environments
Mm-hmm.
and the things that we talk about. I want to be a bigger influence than people in his class, but you know how kids are. So I believe in talking to kids straight. I don't sugarcoat a lot of things for him because I think the world is a very, very messed up place, and I want him to be equipped when he leaves. I want him to have everything that he needs to survive as a man and to be a man.
I think
So
our parenting styles are probably like complete opposites.
really,
Definitely. Oh yeah. Hmm. Yeah.
um,
I am the parent that is like fairy tale parent, like just sugarcoat, like,
really,
yeah, oh yeah, like, which, like, my kids told my kids, there was Santa and Easter Bunny until like they were like 15 and they knew, but I would still be like, no, that's the Easter Bunny. And like, oh yeah, very much so. Mhm.
don't get me wrong. I don't think it's crazy to do that, but now I tried it and everybody else is like, hell no, his dad is such a hater, yo. He was
Mhm.
like, hell no, ain't no such thing as no damn Easter bunny. Ain't no such thing as no damn Santa Claus. I
But
bought
I
this
think
shit. We
you're
bought
right, because you got to
so
be different with boys too, though. Like, and like I have girls, so I think that it is different. Like, I think that if I had a son, like, a biological son, I would probably parent him differently. I think girls are princesses to me, so
yeah, and
I
and
love
that's the
one.
thing. I do think that girls are totally different. How
Yeah.
I handle him isn't the same way that I handle my daughter. Um I'm not gonna say that I'm rough on either one of them, but I'm more. it's less sugarcoaty because he is at 10 years of age versus
Yeah.
with my daughter. My daughter's
And you do
6.
have to prepare
She,
boys to be
yeah,
men. Yeah.
yeah.
So I get it.
So he gets a bit more straightforward conversation for my daughter for now. And she's mature for her age, but certain concepts and shit that she hadn't grasped yet that I
Mhm.
want to just, be gentle, a
For
bit
sure.
more gentle with her, so she can, really grasp and understand and carry the high self-esteem that she needs to have to go
But
along with it. With him, he definitely has high self-esteem, but just trying to make sure he has a solid foundation. Because, as a mom, you worry about your kids. I especially worry about my son, with him being a black little boy. So, shout out to Uncle Stu. Oh man, on the block, Uncle Stu. We might. We
yeah,
hadn't gotten
we're
through
about to get off that
everything.
tour. Yeah.
Yeah, we hadn't gotten into everything, but we might. It depends on how long it takes us to get off through this. Cause I don't think me or homegirl, somebody ass had a good weekend. I don't think she gonna want to be on here all night, child.
Whatever.
But um, yeah. So the article. I want to get off into this article and talk about it for a little bit. Okay, so it's teachers urged to listen for manosphere talk in school corridors amid misogynistic social media trends. Charities have voiced concern after misogynistic and homophobic content creator Andrew Tate blew up on social media over the summer holidays. Teachers are being urged to listen to what children are talking about in school corridors and beware of terms such as manosphere to counter sexist social media trends which pupils may have been exposed to over the summer holidays. School professionals and child safety charities have voiced concerns as videos of misogynistic content creator Andrew Tate have been viewed by millions of social media users over the 6 week break. The former professional kickboxer and Big Brother contestant has become a major internet celebrity in 2022, with Andrew Tate hashtag gaining over 12.7 billion views on TikTok. Last week, Tate was banned from Facebook and Instagram for violating parent media Meta's policy on dangerous organizations and individuals. He does not have a TikTok himself, but from his various fan accounts on the app have hundreds of thousands of followers. In one video in which he was interviewed by another YouTuber, he said he was absolutely a misogynist, adding, I'm a realist, and when you are a realist, you're sexist. There's no way you can be rooted in reality and not be sexist. In the same video, he called women intrinsically lazy and said there's no such thing as an independent female. The National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children has called for teachers to ensure pupils feel comfortable and confident sharing concerns about the online world, but said responsibility also lies with the government in delivering the online safety bill in full without delay. Internet safety charity ChildNet advised young people to critically assess all the information they see online, even if it comes from a verified account with lots of followers. I'm almost done, y'all. This comes as Ofcom data revealed last week that showed Brighton's aged 15 to 24 spend an average of 57 minutes a day watching TikTok, which is more time than they spend watching all traditional TV broadcasts. Andrew Tate is a well known name on social media, but many people from older generations who spend less time on such platforms may not have heard of him. Tate is a high profile example of a new wave of alpha male influencers who have emerged out of the margins of anti-women, anti-feminist community on the internet known as the manosphere. He refers to women as the property of men. He thinks Grape should bear responsibility and described how he would violently assault a woman who accused him of cheating. UK charity Hope Not Hate recently launched a campaign calling for social media platforms to remove Tate's content, saying it attempts to normalize extreme misogyny and conspiracy theory. Damn, this all. Ooh, child, it's a long ass article. What you think so far, honey? Cause woo.
So, I mean, I guess for me, I guess my first thought is that when we talk about like Andrew Tate and I, for me, let me just say this, because I don't have like elementary school age, or I don't have school age children. I don't have any like immediate concerns, but for me, I think that it's a good thing that teachers are being made aware of some of these issues so that they can be made, they can be abreast of some of these conversations and some of these things to be alert of, so they could just be paying attention. You know what I mean?
Right.
If I had school age children, I would want teachers to be aware and be paying attention while my child is in school. But I also think that it is as important for parents while the children are at home to be paying attention, because I think that a lot of these online forums are going to be the biggest places where these conversations are taking place, and where these children are socializing with other children, and where these red pill ideologies are being shared. In my opinion, these online forums are typically where children feel like they have more privacy, and so they're more likely to have more private conversations, and they're more likely to speak freely. What do you think?
I think I agree with everything that you said. I do think that teachers need to be aware, but after I read the article, there are some things that I wanted to cover. So I'm gonna get back into the article. Shout out to Big Truck real quick. He said he's more likely to be influenced by Fresh and Fit. Thank you so much for the 304, Big Truck. We appreciate you. Go ahead, Concrete.
Let me say this real quick, because I do see a lot of the men. I've seen Kid Clouds, I've seen Shaka make points, and they want to say, "Oh, it's all about boys and men, and it's never any concern about feminists." It should there be any concern about girls being impacted by feminist talking points? Because to be completely honest, if you think about it, feminist talking points, feminist agenda is even in within the text, within their actual criteria that they're pushing in the school. So there's no real concern about feminist agenda being pushed on young girls. There is
Facts.
an actual agenda. There is an actual desire to condition young girls to be more feminist minded.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
is there a misalignment with that?
I absolutely think there is. Because everybody is telling your daughter to be the baddest bitch she can be. They're telling her to have intercourse with whoever, however she wants to. They're telling her she can be anybody she wants to be. If she wants to work construction, she can do construction. If she wants to be a scientist, she can be a scientist. As long as she's not a mother sitting at home raising some dusty niggas kids, she's gonna be queen of the world. And I think that they're actually leading girls and boys down the wrong way, to a certain degree. After the article, I do want to highlight some advantages and disadvantages of red pill being in schools.
I
So
definitely want to do that as well because I would like to just say really quickly that I remember being in school and they push the Susan B. Anthony's, the Margaret Sangers, and they
right,
make them out to be these heroines that you should aspire to be like. So I
even though
definitely
Margaret
want to
Sanger
discuss
wanted the
that in more
genocide of
detail.
our people.
Yeah, exactly. So
Y-
definitely, I'll let
yeah.
you finish reading and then we'll talk about it.
Okay. Let me get back into it. Okay. Hope Not Hate plans to approach schools before they can go back in September so teachers are informed about Tate's politics. While Hope Not Hate are calling on tech platforms to do the right thing, it's essential that teachers and parents are aware of how dangerous Tate's content is and are able to recognize the signs of hate, said Nick Lyles, head of Hope Not Hate. They should be on the lookout for talk of the manosphere, red pills, and so-called men's rights activists. That sentence floored me because you're minimizing men's actual rights by saying so-called. You're actually saying that men have everything that they need and that this current system works for everybody, and that's not true. So I was kind of floored by that. It says Tate has been blamed for the rise in sexual incidents against female students in Australia, as several schools in Melbourne reported receiving complaints from girls accusing a group of teenage boys of sexualizing them online. That could have something to do with him, could not have something to do with him, because children are being sexualized. Excuse me. People are being sexualized online. Period. That's just what online has turned into. So I don't just blame him for that. John Mulhall, director of research at Hope Not Hate, said teachers in the UK will have a rude awakening in September, as most have not spent the summer on TikTok, so they are blissfully unaware of Tate's rise to fame. In the first instance, teachers need to be aware of who this guy is and why he's dangerous, so they're in the position to challenge constructively. Mr. Muhal told I. Secondary school English teacher Christy Pole, 34, from Leicestershire, is calling for school staff to listen out for potentially problematic discussions that go on outside of lesson time, and to engage students in non-confrontation conversations about what they see online. The single best thing that I think both teachers and parents can do is be aware and listen to what's going on, she told I. We have to work together to help them navigate social media because it is never ending, she said, explaining that children can no longer switch off from school when they get home because they're constantly interacting with social media. She said there needs to be a collaborative process where parents and teachers should work together to stay informed about what is happening online. The dialogue between schools and parents means that together we can safeguard our children in school. It's not one of the other's responsibility. We're all responsible for making sure the children are safe. She said that speaking to children about difficult topics is the most important thing, as they often they'll listen. They will trust us, she said, which is why I think it's important to be aware of people like Andrew Tate and what students may have been exposed to, so we can have those conversations. It's a little bit more. She says other worrying trends have circulated on social media in recent weeks, such as mouth taping, which involves taping your lips shut at night to promote nasal breathing during sleep. The trend has circulated on TikTok with videos claiming mouth taping can help people sleep better and prevent bad breath. However, there is little research on the benefits, and doctors have been quick to dismiss. Okay, it doesn't say anything about that. Yeah, that's basically watch your kids what they doing online. They don't go into any more detail about Andrew Tate or misogyny online. So We'll stop there. Okay. What are your thoughts?
So I think that first off, I think that I it's kind of concerning to me that I don't, I'm a little hesitant to say this, but I foresee them trying to do this thing where they are going to try to associate boys sexualizing girls with the manosphere. And I find that to be concerning, but for some reason, think that they're going to do that. I also found it to be very, very troubling that they told our warning teachers to be on the lookout for, boys talking about things like, being linked, words or being associated with men's rights. That should be a positive.
Mm-hmm.
Boys discussing, men's rights. Men's rights is, I can assure you that it would not be a trigger if young girls were talking about women's rights. If young
Right.
school age girls were talking about women's rights, a teacher would not at all be alarmed. That would be a positive thing. That would be something that would be
Facts.
applauded. And the same thing should happen if young boys were talking about men's rights. I'm going to tell you what should happen. There should be some sort of legal ramifications that's going to happen with these schools, because what they're doing is they're going to isolate the boys and make it to where the boys they're making it punitive for the boys to do something that the girls can do, and that is completely unfair. I think
Facts.
that, it's one thing for them to be aware and to be alert of something that could potentially be troubling, but what they're doing is they're going to be so hyper vigilant about things that are not concerning,
Mm-hmm.
that they're going to cause something that could potentially backfire on the school system, and it could cause some sort of legal ramification, and or it's gonna I don't see it ending in a positive way for the school system. I'm a little bit concerned because I think that, first of all, when we look at how mainstream society has reacted to manosphere talking points as a whole, we know that that's going to be magnified if they think that young boys are talking about it. Young boys will be punished. It's going to be a very punitive thing. Oh, you don't do that, little Johnny. You don't, they will be
Yup.
punished. And they'll be probably punished severely. It's going to be like they're doing something very bad. And they're going to be shamed. It's going to be like they're doing something shameful, when it could be genuine curiosity. It could be something that would warrant a discussion, not necessarily punishing. So I'm a little concerned.
I
What
think your concern is be concerned. I think you're absolutely right to be concerned. Your freedoms of a thought process is actually being limited. You are not allowed to have public bad thoughts about anybody or anything, especially as it pertains to women. Women can push all types of misandrist talking points, feminist talking points. Nobody bats an eye. It's encouraged. It's you're so, they sing high praises to you when you do it, but as soon as men talk about things that are going on with them, and there's serious situations that happen with men and boys, now everybody wants the man to shut up. We don't want to hear you talk about it. And then we wonder why men won't talk to us about certain things. You're already shutting them down before they can even get started. And so then what also bothers me is So let's just say that you have a certain type of household. Let's say we're raising our children in a quote unquote red pill household, but you as a teacher have a different ideology, or different ideologies are being taught
Mm-hmm.
at the school. They would actually sit at their school and tell your child that the ideology that you're teaching your children in your house, where you paid bills at, where you're raising your children, they will tell your child that your ideology is wrong and that your child should listen to what they
That
have going
part,
on.
that's concerning. You're
Scary as
right.
hell.
You're so right. You're right.
So
Oh, you're right.
yeah, it's crazy when you think about it. When you think about how you raise your children. So let's just talk about like boy, little, like a little, your daughter, somebody's little girl hitting your son, and you tell your son to hit the girl back, so she won't continue to beat up on you or whatever. And then you'll have a woman say, well, I don't think little boys should ever hit on little girls, and a real man wouldn't hit on little girls, and you're supposed to be a real man. And so, like I said, they get to push their thought processes, their teachings, their ideologies off to your children, and there's not even anything that you can do about it. Anything that they want to introduce to your children, they can do it at school, and there's not a damn thing you can say unless you're really an active parent and involved. And I think we have to stay on top of that, because that's exactly what's happening. I'm gonna read the super chats, and then I want us to get off into the positive, the
Yeah, I want
advantages
to
and
highlight one thing
disadvantages.
before we do that too. Before
Okay.
we get off into the positive, go ahead. You can read the super chats and then.
Shout out to Eugene Steele. He says parents primarily should talk to their children about using their common sense when listening to social media. Thank you so much, Eugene.
I
I
agree.
called him Andrew. I'm sorry about that, Eugene. Shout out to Uncle Stu again. Thank you so much, Uncle Stu. He says, this is why I will not let my grandson in the school system today. My grandson is a man, not a binary person. They tried to make him binary at birth. He was 3 weeks
Wow.
old. Go figure.
You
Wow.
know, I think that that's concerning, Uncle Stu, and I can't even lie. I feel like the system that, like, being a part of the current system that is in place is becoming more and more concerning for me. The public school system, the government, for for that matter, because it's going to become they're going to get to a point where they don't select a birth at your child's birth. They won't select a sex, a gender at your child's birth. The public school system in and of itself, and them kind of pushing and forcing some of these ideologies on your child, and some of the things that they're introducing in sex education, like if I had school age children or children entering into the school system, I certainly would choose to homeschool at this point, because they are freedom is an illusion. They are
Facts.
conditioning our children and pushing agendas on our children. And you were so right when you talked about and highlighted. It's one thing. I get it. I prefer you to lay out and outline the facts. You can lay out and outline the facts. I don't want you pushing your moral compass or pushing
Mm-hmm.
your values on my child. And I don't want you, it's not your job to basically, I guess, to guide my child into misandry. Or if I'm a misandrist, and that's the way that I run my household, to undo anything that I'm doing in my home. Or if I'm a misogynist, to undo anything that I'm doing in my home, or to guide my child in any direction. However, their focus is on misogyny, but there is absolutely no talk of ensuring that misandry, that young girls aren't impacted by misandry. And I think that is where
Mm-hmm.
the hypocrisy comes into place, and that is what I find to be problematic. So you hit the nail on the head when you highlighted that. But yeah, we can talk about the positives too.
So, what do you think a positive or an advantage of your child learning red pill? What do you think an advantage would be?
Um,
Did you go mute?
for
Oh, I'm
me,
sorry.
yeah, because like I'm not red pill, so it's not really.
Oh, like an advantage, disadvantage type of thing. Okay.
Yeah. So for me, I would have to say when I think of red pill, I'm gonna take it from like a conscious standpoint. An advantage of my child learning the true nature of things, and to me the true nature of things, I tie that into consciousness. That's consciousness to me, the true nature of all things. I'm not talking about relationships, because consciousness is the true nature and true understanding of all things and how they interact with each other, and that is their relationship to one another, and that is all things in the entire universe. So I think that the advantage of that is they learn their role in this universe and learn, how their role in relation to everything in the world. So that would be the benefit for me, my child learning the true nature of all things. But like I said, I don't subscribe to red pill ideology, because to me the focus in red pill ideology seems to be relationships with men and women, and I'm more of a conscious person, just as a whole.
Okay. Shout out to Lil Meat. He says, I'm new here. Do y'all ever cam up? We have cammed up before.
Occasionally.
Occasionally. Don't listen to Big Truck. Big Truck is just old hater. He's still
Yeah, Big
mad.
Truck is, and that's what I had highlighted his comment earlier. First of all, Big Truck is always so negative. The thing is, like, don't listen to people like Big Truck. As Black people, it's important. Y'all should consider homeschooling your own children, because it's important that we teach our children the true nature of things. We teach our children their true history, and that our history did not start with slavery, and that we are not allowing history to be governed by the system of white supremacy and the school system in this country. But if you don't have the patience to teach your own children, there are a myriad of programs that you can enroll your children in, where there are certified teachers that can teach your children. There are other moms that homeschool that you can teach for one day. Those moms will teach another day. You teach an hour. Those moms will teach an hour. There are the possibilities are endless for homeschooling. It's not like the old school days where you're the sole person and sole independent teacher that your children have to rely on. There are so many homeschooling programs that are out there, and all you have to do is actually go to your county's website, and you can find all the resources that you desire. So don't listen to Big Truck.
That part.
But
Yeah,
what would be the benefit for you in your child being red pill?
I think one of the things that I think it would teach your children is, especially your sons, is how to prioritize themselves. I think society pushes, women first. Oh, you got to make sure the woman is straight. Oh, you got to make sure. And with the way that we're raising these strong, independent, I don't need no man. All they could do is pay my bills and come fuck when I want to. I'm teaching my child how to prioritize himself. I think that's a huge advantage when you have boys and you're trying to teach self-esteem. So to me, that was one of the highlights. Another thing that I thought about was teaching, when you teach children and people the true nature of humans, then you're not having boys pedestalize women in the sense that girls are sugar and spice and everything nice, or being led down this road to where they think that that's the only aspect of a woman, that she's sugar and spice and everything nice, or that she's isn't dangerous, or that she won't ever hurt you. When you're telling people about the true nature of people, and you talk about women and you talk about women's nature, I think that actually gives your child an advantage, because your child isn't snowed under thinking that, oh, everybody's just so good. All the girls are pretty and they don't ever cheat. They won't ever hurt you. I think when you're honest about people, I think, and you're more realistic in that approach, I think that just creates a better environment, because there's not such an expectation for the girl to be perfect, but you will have a broader gauge to look at, as opposed to thinking she's perfect. You'll have a broader scope to look at, to kind of say, okay, she's good here. Yeah, this aspect of her I don't fuck with. Yeah, I like her in this aspect. Overall, I like her. Overall, I don't like her. And so I think it just kind of widens it up a little bit.
I think
What
that's a
about you?
I think that's a great point. I think, to be completely honest, even when we talked about the school system and how, them focusing on misogyny and listening out for, talking points that would lend to misogynoir air, and not listening for things that would be akin to misandry. I think the way that they could benefit children is to better socialize them, to understand one another. And what I mean by that is that stop pushing forth this narrative of idealism regarding one another, this princess, and I did this as a mother, but I was a very young mother, and it was done to me, and so, but stop pushing forward this idyllic view of what relationships are, and queen and king and perfection, and what I mean, like there, like this is, I think that we set children up for failure by doing that, and I have to even hold myself accountable in that regard, because when you do that, you are setting these unrealistic expectations for your child and for your child's partner that they will never live up to, and it really does impact them in regards to relationships. But I do have a question for you. So when you say that you kind of, set your child up, like when you talk about the benefit or the positive of red pill, and the way of you kind of set your son up to put himself first. So how do you do that with your daughter? Like, do you set your daughter up then to put the man first, or to put herself first too?
I will raise her up depending on her household. Because it doesn't, you never know as far as the marriage thing, or what's going to happen down that line. I want her to absolutely know how to treat a man. You know how to serve. You know how to be submissive. You know when to shut the fuck up. You know how to go get somewhere and sit your ass down. You know how to have a meal ready when he comes home from a 13-hour day. You know how to bring him a cold beer. But at the same time, I'm not going to set you up to sit around and be abused, and having him calling you all kind of bitches and hoes and telling you you ain't shit. I would not train my daughter to be in an abusive situation, but to make sure that her relationships are reciprocal. What makes me comfortable in being the simp in my relationship is because I know at the end of the day somebody has my back, and to teach them how to recognize when a man's a man versus a person playing like a man. So I if she's in a relationship, and I can't say what's good for me would be good for her. We're two different people, but certain aspects of being a wife and a mother, she'll have those aspects and be equipped with it, whether she chooses to use them or not. She'll be equipped with it. As far as putting herself first, as a teen, Yeah, as a teen, yeah, I probably will be telling her. It just depends. But I just want to make sure she has all the tools in her arsenal. When it comes down to it. So
Okay.
yeah. Shout out to MGTOW Universe again. He says, "What would you do if your son decided to become a MGTOW monk as a teen?" Um, I personally, I think he's quite sociable, like way too sociable to go into monk mode. As far as I can see, I don't know. I would want to make sure that he is mentally well and safe, and that he has an outlet that he can go and voice his whatevers to. But making sure that he has an outlet and that he's comfortable and safe and he's happy. So if he's happy doing that, and he has better purposes, because I don't think everything is wrong with that and going into monk mode to focus on you to make yourself a better person. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but I want to make sure he's great while he's within my care. I
Yeah.
just want to make sure he's good. What would you do if one of your stepson wanted to be a MGTOW monk?
Um, if my stepson wanted to be a MGTOW monk, I would support him.
Okay.
I would support him in whatever he did. To be completely honest, he's such a dope kid. Like, I don't know. He's really, really dope. Um, that's not something that I envision for him. But to be completely honest, whatever he did, because he's so dope, like, I as a parent, you envision different things for your children, and watching them grow up and stuff, and seeing them just grow and develop and flourish and mature. See them going one way and they end up doing something different, and there comes a time that you just kind of have to rest assured that whatever path they take, that things will be good, that they'll make the right decision. And that's kind of where I am with my stepchildren as well as my bio children. And I'll support them in whatever they do, to be honest.
Um, MGTOW, when did monk mode equal antisocial? And then you go on to define it as when you define monk mode, it's minimum contact with women, no sex, and a minimum contact with women. Um, in certain aspects, that is anti social in certain aspects. Maybe it's me. I don't know. I don't want to go back and forth about it. But if you're saying that you're not minimum sex, and
As he said, is no sex and minimum contact with women.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
not necessarily, I guess it's not necessarily antisocial, because you could socialize with men, but it's minimum contact with women. So you're still socializing, just minimally.
yeah,
So I
and
guess it's not antisocial, but you're less social.
to me, so to me that still falls a little bit under being antisocial. A bit. If you're saying that you're having minimum contact, and you're saying not for lack of social skills, antisocial doesn't have to be because you lack the skills. It could be because you're saying that you're going into monk mode, but to be sociable is to interact with everybody. And
I guess technically it's not,
yeah,
but you're less social. I don't know. We
yeah, to
will be
me
getting into semantics. So,
right, right, right,
um,
right.
I
There was
do.
one more. Hold
Oh, go ahead.
on just a second. Oh. To be fair, shout out to Lil Meat. He said, "To be fair, I'm here because Big Chuck shared the stream on
Okay.
his community."
Thank
Shout
you,
out
Big
to
Truck.
Big Chuck. What's up, boo?
Look at that. Who knew? Big Truck. Of all
Chuck.
the folks,
Ow.
all the mess he talk. Who knew? Thank you, Big Truck.
And shout out to Lil Me. He says just subscribe to y'all and Uncle Stu too.
Definitely appreciate
Um,
you, Lil Meat.
yeah, you're gonna enjoy because we
Definitely.
always
We
coming up
have a
with some
ball over
mess.
here.
Yeah.
I do have to say this too. There was another benefit that I thought about too.
Okay.
So the other benefit, to your point, is understanding the nature of all things, including the nature of women, would be they would be less apt to be as impacted by rejection as a man who does not understand the nature of women. So the men who are in the space who've been rejected 9 times by when asking women out to prom and are hanging on to it and can't let it go and are still sulking about it, and are as a result they have this horrible disdain for women. A man who understands the true nature of women, because he was introduced to red pill ideology or the true nature of women at an early age, will be less likely to hold on to that rejection and be impacted by that rejection on such a great level than someone who does not understand the true nature of things. He will, understand it and be able to move on with grace and, chalk it up to, their loss, and it won't be a blow to his self-esteem and his confidence. So that's another one.
Also with men's rights and getting into situations that may not be the most beneficial to you. And if you're talking about marriage and having kids and custody of children, I think it's red pill is a great way for your child to actually learn and line up every process of his life. So if he wants to get married, I think red pill does encourage you to understand the laws and what you're signing up for when you sign up for them. So I think you'd be more apt to do more research before you jump off into anything that you may regret. So I think that's another benefit of the red pill. You're not just taking somebody's word at face value or taking this woman's word at face value. Oh, I'm a good woman, we should get married. And then you get married. And then when she takes you for half your shit, it's not like you're not going to know the repercussions behind marriage and divorce
Oh,
if
that's
there if
true.
if there are any. So I think that's a good
That's
advantage to it
true.
too.
But at the same time, you also ain't jumping out the window for the first foreign chick you see with chinky eyes that you buy a bag of rice because he gives you a good massage too. Like you are,
Why you
you
had to bring up the bag of
are
rice?
going to be like, I know the nature of women. I'm going to vet this chick and make sure that she is worth it before I marry her and get her a green card, before I make her my wife, before I give her daddy a herd of goats for her. I'm going to make sure she worth it. I'm going to make sure she don't got 3-4 kids by 3-4 men in the village. I'm red pill, so I understand the nature of women. She ain't pulling the okey doke on me. She ain't about to do the switcheroo on me and tell me she pregnant when I come to her hotel room, and then she got another dude in there, like old dude that came on our show and told us what happened to him. Like you
Yeah,
will be, you gonna have a little game about yourself. You know what I mean?
exactly.
Okay,
Exactly.
okay, you get me.
Um, and then the games that girls try to run on boys. I think so. I watched a video the other day that talked about a girl that was saying that, oh my gosh, this guy expects me to give it up after we've gone on 2 dates. And, I'm a respectable woman. And where the hell he talking about? What the hell he talking about giving it up on after 2 dates? And then in the same breath, let it be a guy that she really wants to give it to. That guy is not going to have to buy her ass a pack of now laters and she'll be on her damn back faster than you can say I'm falling and I can't get up. And this
Listen,
is the nature of women.
listen,
So being that your child would be taught the red pill, quote unquote, he
listen.
won't be getting played or used. She's mad because she's not allowed to use these guys. These men are waking up and you're not going to be able to just take him have him take you out for 15 meals and you decide that you just want to be friends. So I think that's another great advantage because it'll teach your child about people trying to use them. And I
Absolutely.
think that's an advantage. So
Listen, I'm telling you, you won't be able to have someone come over to your country and buy you a refrigerator because you fix him a nice sandwich. And no, I'm
it
just
ain't
saying, like,
shit.
for example, like some of these things could happen. You never know. So, like, if you red pill as a young boy, like some of this will avoid. Never mind. Listen, just go ahead. Finish.
Shout out to MGTOW Universe. He says it's all fun and games it's all fun and games and you will taste that black pill for the first time. The black pill is rough, honey. The black pill is rough. And yeah, I've been it's like I find black pill so intriguing, but yeah, I just yeah, I'm still doing my research, but yeah, black pill is oh, and it says you until you taste that first black. Okay, I got you, MGTOW. But black pill is very interesting. Look, child.
Oh,
Shout out to Smooth, honey.
this fool.
He said a bucket of chicken and watermelon over a bag of rice.
Listen, I don't know.
Um,
Listen, this ain't slavery days, baby. I don't know who you gonna buy for a bucket of chicken and watermelon, but you. I was about to say something. I had to catch myself.
nah. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Let it
I was
go.
about to say you trying to go down in the Delta and buy somebody for a bucket of
Why you
chicken and
had to
watermelon?
say this shit?
Listen,
Why you
sir.
had to say it like that?
No, sir. No,
See,
no,
that's
no,
that. See, that's that bullshit. I was so. Never mind. I ain't even gonna get off into it.
no, sir. No, sir.
Get that damn woman a bag of rice. Go get your bag of rice and $20, and you can have any one of them you want.
No,
And they're gonna
sir.
be fine and virgins. Ain't never slept with nobody.
Mm-hmm.
But you gotta pay all the bills. Interesting
They'll do
stuff.
it. Any other benefits? What other positives?
Girl, that was it. I got some negatives though.
Oh, okay. Come on. Let's start with the negatives. What's the negatives? Let's go.
So, I think the red pill also increases the amount of incels.
Oh,
Red pill has men afraid to shoot their shot. They ain't shooting their shots because they scared to get shut down. We are in a society that everything is done over social media versus interacting with each other. I think that you have people teaching red pill that have not actually had the relationship experience to really tell you about women and how a lot of things go. You have men that are living vicariously through other men's experiences and then trying to uphold and say that this is everybody's experience. So I think that's a disadvantage. What about you?
I think that red pill increases the amount of woman hating men. So the amount of men that no longer want to opt into our system of dating and mating. So that too, they don't even want to participate in the dating and mating system because of the horror stories that they hear. I also think that increases the amount of men that engage in tricking. because
Mm.
they don't
Is
want
that
it.
a bad thing?
I mean, it depends on who you are. It depends on what side of the table you on.
Oh, okay. Oh,
It depends
okay.
on what side of the table you
It ain't
on.
tricking if you got it.
It depends. I think that it also makes men more aggressive because men understanding the true nature of women, they feel like women only want one thing, and as a result, they don't respect women. All women are bitches. You know what I mean? All y'all are hoes. Y'all ain't worth,
Yeah.
you know. So that makes men more aggressive. In addition, there are more incidents of violence against women. So, incidents of violence against women.
I think those are great points.
Yeah, what else you got?
I got one more. Boys not actually applying the message properly. So I've seen so many different instances where guys are trying to be dominant through text messages, and if a woman doesn't text back right, if a girl says, "Oh, call me," if a guy and a girl texting back and forth, and somebody says, "Call me," like the girl can say, "Call me," and the guy, "I don't take orders from a woman." Damn, dude. Like, what are you talking about? But I'm starting to see instances where guys are taking it a bit far. Don't be dominant about no damn phone calls and text messages. Be dominant in paying them damn bills. Be dominant in being good fathers. Be dominant in raising your kids. Be dominant in that type of shit. But guys are being dominant and silly about things that are very minute. And it's almost like the common sense is leaving out. The red pill is coming in, but they're practicing the shit without any common sense, and so it's making a lot of guys look more silly than anything. What do you think about that?
That's a good point. I got a couple more. Okay.
Uh-oh.
So, also, I think that men putting in little to no dating effort. They don't want to really do the dating thing anyway.
Baby.
So, really and truly, they feel like women only want to use them for their money. It's I'm meeting you in Popeye's parking lot. You coming or not? Because if you ain't, screw you. You know. Men are turning to dolls. Some men feel like it's better to sleep with a doll than even deal with these chicks.
Yeah.
Men are leaving little to no room for error. Like, you got one time to say something I don't like and it's over. In addition, it's resulting in a defunct community, which is the worst of all. So, yeah.
I wholeheartedly agree with everything that you said. Because it definitely is. You got everybody trying to take you on coffee shop dates and then Netflix and chill. And like I said, I do think that some of the women are to blame for this, because you do have women that's gonna use your ass up for them dates. You gonna take her, and then she just gonna say, "Oh, you just my friend. I thought we were just going out as friends. Oh, I didn't know you was looking at me like that." But I do think that the red pill does encourage men to be more upfront about what it is they want. I think it'll be less men in the friend zone for sure. But yeah, I was an advantage. But I think you outlined some dope stuff, some really good stuff.
Thank you, Bo.
Shout out to Uncle Stu again. He says, "Stop, Rose. You got me in tears." He says, "LOL, I traveled too." Thank you so much for that. And shout out to Nick Tal Javon. He says, "Red pill taught me BBW's treat D like a tasty cake."
Oh my God! You know what?
I hate y'all so bad,
Oh
y'all.
my gosh! I
Not
guess
a
that's why
tasty cake,
Lizzo got
child.
wifed up. So, hey,
Oh, oh, big girls
um,
is winning, honey.
listen, you trying to open it up?
You know what?
This is on you.
Let me see. Shout out to Mingtown Universe. He says market sophistication has grown so much that it's trickling down to the kids. The future of boys will adjust to the market. How they will, stay tuned. Thank you so much for that, MGTOW.
I
Let's
have a few
see.
questions for you.
Child, let's
So,
go.
I want to know, like, do you think that it is? What are the dangers? What are the dangers of red pill ideology infiltrating the school system? Like, I'm talking about grade school level. Like, what are the potential dangers?
Bullying to me is one of the potential dangers because let's say that a girl is overweight and or dark skinned and she doesn't have a certain type of hair or figure or body. I think she'd be prone to being bullied. I think that's one of the things because red pill does encourage dating different races of women and pedestalizing other races of women. So I think that's one of the dangers. What about you?
I would say that definitely bullying. I can see bullying being one of the dangers. I would also say isolation, which is, somewhat similar to bullying. I would say some of the online messaging and memes being shared and associated with, classmates. So more just online forms of bullying. Which dang, I'm kind of answering my next question, which was examples, which was like, what are some examples of how red pill messaging would play out in like grade school settings? Because I was trying to think like, okay, like Andrew Tate messaging, manosphere messaging, like how does that play out in grade school settings? And I couldn't think about it, but I guess memes and how these viral conversations are being had, online, I guess them being associated with maybe like the less desirable girls in their grade, in these grade school classes. So maybe these conversations being associated with some of these young girls and how, that would make them feel, which to me would be awful. I mean, we have seen what bullying does to girls who are thought of as undesirable and stuff. And that's been around forever. Like that's not something new, the dark skinned girl or the undesirable girl, the girl with the kinkier hair, the girl that's the least Eurocentric, that fits the Eurocentric beauty standards the least, being the object of ridicule in class. So that's not something that's new. That's something that's very common. So I guess that is how these things would play out in a grade school setting. And I was just trying to look for examples, but I guess I kind of answered my own questions, unless you had some more examples of how that would play out.
No, but I did want to address this comment. Shout out to Charles Merchant. He says, wait a minute, when a boy goes his own way, he's an incel. But when a young girl is ignored, she's a victim. Concrete, I think that was directed for you.
Huh?
Or maybe when I was talking about the girls being bullied for
Yeah,
not
that had to be directed to you because I
okay,
ain't
that
saying
was
no
directed for
incel.
me. Okay, okay. Um if the same thing is happening to him with misandrist points that school should also be focused on, then I would say it's the same thing on the other side. But I do think that more boys are attracted to the red pill than girls are, quote unquote.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying though, Charles. I think it's the same on both sides. I think, and it's not about them being ignored versus people saying, well, ill, she dark skinned, or ill, she fat, she look like Lizzo. This fat ass bitch, she ain't worth shit. If they're talking to
Right.
little boys and telling him, oh, look at him with those high waters on and he's just stupid
Right.
with his stupid ass. I think like that shit is bullying. And I think it
Exactly.
happens on both sides. So I think both are victims and when it comes down to situations like that. And it's not because they're being ignored. But when somebody is actively going after you and fucking with you and bullying you, I think that's the problem.
Yeah, the difference is typically, so in most social settings, the male is the one to approach and show interest. So in a school setting, for example, if the girl is the one that's like, ill, she's ugly, she's unattractive, I don't like her, ill, she's ugly, she's nappy head, versus if the boy is the one approaching the girl and maybe she doesn't find him attractive, so he says, would you like to go to the dance with me? And she's like, no. Or whatever. So she rejected him. So she rejected said boy and clearly showed that she's not interested in him, but maybe the girl was teased or ridiculed, separately. So, the boy actually had to do the approaching in order to be made aware that she's not interested in him. Whereas the girl didn't have to go up to the boy to show her interest to know that the boy found her undesirable. So I think that would be the difference. But what were you going to say?
I was just going to say, ignoring somebody is not bullying them, but actively bullying and talking shit to them is bullying. I don't know where we're missing the mark at.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just outlining.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about these fools in the comments.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know where we're missing the mark at. You can ignore somebody and that's fine. I'd rather you ignore them than to pick on them. But being verbally out loud and talking shit,
agreed,
is a totally different story. So that's where I'm at with it. I don't think just ignoring a person, I'd ignore a motherfucker too.
I don't care. I was a loner. I sat at the table by myself. I went to an all-white school, so like I don't care.
I don't think you had a choice, baby. You was probably holding up that damn pick in your fist back then.
I didn't become pro-black until like until I was
you
older.
Left the white school. That sounds about accurate.
And I realized like I can't stand these.
How many dudes are openly calling girls ugly in school? Shit, ask me. Listen,
I got called ugly. I had acne, so I used to get called
Star
Crunch. I used to get called a Star Crunch cake. Like, how mean is that? Like, you call me a Star Crunch cake because I had acne on my face when I was in 6th grade.
I can't believe he asked that shit. Like what?
Like, stop it, please.
What?
Seriously. That was the only time I was teased was in 5th grade, but still, like, it happens.
Shit, I was teased in 3rd. Listen, I was the only freaking child in a New York City public school that wore uniforms in Brooklyn. You tell me how you think it worked out.
Yeah.
All my life I had to fight looking head ass. I went to PS 90 and I went to IS 303. Oh. Yep. Shout out to Smooth. He says, could Concrete give us details on the violence against women increasing due to Red Pill? If Red Pill encourages dating foreigners, why don't the Red Pill dating coaches? That's interesting.
Violence against women due to we were naming examples of how Red Pill could be dangerous. We were doing hypotheticals. We weren't saying actual things that were true. We were saying hypothetically, those are hypotheticals, not actual things that were true.
And just this last thing, Bronze Bird, no. They wore the whole school didn't wear uniforms. I was the only child who wore uniforms while everybody else wore regular clothes. Like, bro, like, yeah.
Was that your choice or your parents?
You know damn well I wanted some damn Jordans and some damn Girbaud jeans like everybody else.
It was your parents' choice?
My grandmother.
Listen.
All right, well, do me a favor. Is your grandmother still alive?
No, she is not.
All right, because when the next time I pray, I'm going to thank her personally for forcing you to stay in line.
Like, y'all really act like, and then they talking about how many of those dudes y'all sleep with after high school. None of them.
None of them. Imagine you calling me ugly and I'm stupid enough to give you some ass after you didn't fuck with my self-esteem as a child. You kiss them? Nope.
And by the time I was in high school, the black guys that did go to my high school, they only dated white girls because I didn't have a car. They wanted rides. They wanted the girls that could buy them Tommy Hilfiger and stuff like that. So I was like, okay, well, I guess I got to date somebody in college. I mean,
what state was that?
What other choice did I have? You know?
Damn, you dated somebody in college and high. Okay, I did too. I ain't gonna say
what state was that?
I did too. Concrete?
Yeah, Concrete. What state was that?
Oh, it was in the Midwest.
The Midwest?
Look at Wild Irish
like
Rose,
Arizona
baby.
or something?
That's the West. I said the Midwest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but Big Truck, what are your thoughts on the conversation?
Okay, so yes, first of all, good evening. So I got to start off there. Um, we start. Okay, so first of all, as far as this whole idea about homeschooling, there's a difference between teaching your kids at home and homeschooling. There's a huge difference. Here in New York, for example, you have to have like a college degree. You actually have to have a 2-year degree, and that's basically to prove that you can even teach at home. Furthermore, the hours that you have to give the kid is about 360 minutes per day, which comes out to about 6 hours. I would like to point all of your attention back for these people who think homeschooling is a great idea. I'd like to put your attention back to 2020 real quick when these kids were home less than 2 weeks and parents were losing their minds and were trying to literally drop their kids at the schools, which were forcibly closed by the government in order to drop them off in hopes that somebody would take them into the school because they couldn't deal with it anymore. So I just like to point your attention back to that. And not to mention the other issues that were surrounding that, such as the kids were sitting around at home, gaining weight, running out of food all day, eating at home. They were sitting on the internet all day playing video games, not even doing the work. And most of the time, the kids weren't even actually logging into the classrooms. Most of the schools, they actually showed in the newspaper, they were talking about a lot of
Yeah,
these kids
I
were
ain't one of
truants.
them. I ain't one of them. I've
Okay,
never been
cool.
that type of
All
parent.
right.
I'm the parent who
I'm
had my
glad you weren't.
children writing
Can,
multiple book reports over
So
summer break. I was on PTA. My
okay,
children were
cool.
active in a multitude of
See,
sports,
Rose,
even
I
over the
didn't
summer.
accuse
Like
you. See,
I've
Rose,
never been that type of
I
parent.
didn't
That's not
Big
accuse
me.
Truck,
you.
you knew you weren't
I,
gonna be able to get that
I
shit off.
never
Yeah, that
accused
ain't
you.
even.
I
Come
didn't
on,
accuse
Mike.
you, but I wanna accuse all of the other parents who were literally caught on videotape when the kids were on their laptops, where you had parents walking behind the kids naked.
I mean, I'm
let
not.
me,
Hold
let me,
on,
let me,
hold
can,
on, hold
can I
on. No,
jump
no, no,
in
no,
there?
no, Uncle Stu, hold on. I got this. I got this.
No,
First of
no,
all, you
there's
had
a reason
parents.
because I'm the one that
Hold
brought
on,
up
Uncle Stu. Hold on,
homeschooling in the
Uncle Stu.
chat.
Wait, hold on, hold on.
All right.
You had parents on the thing naked. You had kids getting caught doing lascivious activities while they were supposed to be actively enrolled in school on the computer. So first of all, please don't start with that homeschool thing again. Now, as far as Andrew Tate, first of all, this manosphere thing, in Australia, they can get away with this anti-freedom of speech bullshit. See, Australia is one of the most liberal shitholes on the planet, and it started out as a prison colony, so they get away with a lot of stuff down there, and New Zealand, that they couldn't even think of doing here. As far as men, and you got to worry about men with red pill in the public schools in America, where were y'all when they were doing all this LGBT stuff? They were forcing the boys to learn this nonsense. They were forcing everybody to obey Title IX and forcing everybody to allow males to walk into female bathrooms. So you mean to tell me after all this time, and by the way, this is a rhetorical question, you mean to tell me all this time, now they're worried about some red pill nonsense in some of the teachers who may or may not be listening to people like Tate and Kevin Samuels online? So after all of this, after all of the liberal feminism that has been attacking black boys and boys in general, now they're worried about the red pill. And then, I'll hurry this up. So nobody had any problem with that, or at least nobody fought back the way they should have fought back. But now they got a problem with this. And my thing is, as far as how the boys feel about the girls, that's going to develop anyway. And as I said before in the chat, these kids are more likely to be influenced by somebody like Fresh and Fit because it's the happening cool show of Miami and they're riding around Lamborghinis and wearing gold chains. The kids are more likely to be influenced by that. And I consider Myra Gaines to be a horrible, horrible male role model. And I never really listened to Andrew Tate, but I know Myra Gaines is horrible. Now, the other dude, the other dude from Bahamas or Barbados, he's not that bad, but Myron is a straight up misogynist.
He don't even say anything.
The Barbados guy, that's what I'm saying. Myron is a straight up misogynist. And of all the people who would have some violence against women, it's Myron. It's not even that Barbados dude is cool. He's calm and cool. So my thing is, you mean to tell me all of a sudden now they're worried? No, what it is this is whack-a-mole. It's just like when you're not, I'm not saying you, but when you're knocking down these channels one by one because they get striked for certain content and everything, and then they pop right back up with a brand new name and everything. This is a game of whack-a-mole. They think that they can keep people down by suppressing thought. They think this is fascism basically. They think that they can keep people down by suppressing thought and suppressing opinions and putting forth their premises. But here's the thing though. One of the things, and I'll just say this and I'm ended. One of the things that I know about Australia and New Zealand, knowing those people pretty well, they're not dealing with this bullshit anymore. Their voices started rising when it came to dealing with Muslims and Islamophobia, and their voices kept on rising as things got worse between men and women in the last 5 years. So if you think that they're going to take this line down, you'll have those same male teachers showing right up to school who've been listening to this stuff, and these same kids will be showing right up to school listening to the stuff, and they'll be unimpeachable simply because of their age or their position. You can go ahead. Okay, thank you. I passed the mic.
Yeah. Thank you, Big Truck. Really quick, I just want to say this. I know that everybody's not capable of homeschooling their children, and you're right. There are some people who don't have the patience nor the qualifications, and their children are right where they should be. But that's not a concern of mine because I'm far more than capable of homeschooling my children, far more adequate than their teachers were when they were in school. But thank you for your
Well,
commentary.
C Rose, you know that
Let me, can I say, hold on, hold on, hold on.
One second, I just gotta say this to C Rose. C Rose, you know I absolutely was not talking about you.
Yeah, no, I understood once you finished your statement.
Okay.
But I don't know who was next. Was it Uncle Stu or Dr. Eugene?
Eugene got here first.
It was Dr. Eugene.
Okay.
Dr. Eugene, welcome. What are your thoughts?
Well, me being a teacher, y'all have given me, something to look out for when it comes to red pill stuff. Now, I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. I'm not exactly sure what these pills are, but I could sort of, for what I'm seeing from students, well, in the past, I could sort of relate. I know some of this red pill ideology, it happened in schools, before social media. For example, it's always these, pretty girls, they want the jocks or the popular guys. This is sort of similar to women today wanting high value men. It's that much, it's that similar. Girls can be, very delusional. So now today with social media, and I do want to say, before I go on, and in my school district, kids have Chromebooks, right? But when they try to listen, to YouTube, they actually block some content. For example, on my computer at school, I tried to listen to my favorite content creators, but the district blocked it. So, which is a good thing. So that minimizes it. Therefore, the possible red pill ideology they have learned will more likely come from outside the school or at the house. Okay, it would not, it will least likely to come from the school or even come from us teachers, because where we're really not allowed to to force our ideas or our personal opinions on them. But yeah, y'all have definitely given me something, to watch out for, and to watch out, when I look at students every day about these rare pill ideologies, or at least all the talking points that are on YouTube.
Well, Dr. Eugene, I think that's a great thing. Because being that you're in this community, then you can dispel some of the myths and stuff that's being pushed about red pill ideology, because I don't think that it's all bad. I definitely don't think that it's all bad. I think they have some things that can be cleaned up a bit, but I think it's more beneficial than it is a detriment. But so thank you, Dr. Eugene.
I
Thank
th-
you.
yeah, I think that the negative aspects of the talking points get highlighted more so than, anything positive. I think understanding the true nature of things, all things are important. I think that men and women are so fairy tales about each other. I think that, understanding their relationship towards one another would be beneficial and would go a long way in improving relations between men and women. And, we wouldn't have the myriad of problems that we have if we understood how we work in relation to one another. And, yeah, I think that we wouldn't have so much division if we understood it.
Right.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Eugene. Uncle Stu,
Thank you.
welcome. What are your
Welcome,
thoughts?
welcome.
That's
Rose,
good.
you got me in tears out here. I tell you.
Baby, that
I
thing butter.
have yeah, I've traveled to Darwin, Australia, so I know all about Australia. What I'm gonna talk about is this. You One of the things that is misunderstood is that everybody can't do what they say should be the proper thing. We have to understand that we're in an economic and social environment. So when you start talking about homeschooling, which I'm going to do a an entire week on homeschooling, is because one, I'm retired. Two, I work for the school system both in New York as well as North Carolina. Um, so I am definitely well rounded in the sense of academics. And one of the things when you talk about homeschooling, there are rules, yes. There are criterias, yes, but it's also a particular type of academic lifestyle. So if you're making the money to afford that kind of lifestyle, then you can definitely have your child out of school and do homeschooling. Or if you don't want to do homeschooling, you still can opt out to send your child to other school systems. As far as the arguments as to red pill or the awareness, I remind everybody that we did that. It's called 1995, the Million Man March, and I'm going to stand on those arguments of what happened during the Million Man March. That was the time that black men stood up. We did not have the internet at that time, therefore it was not universal. So there was black men in the 90s fighting back against the ideology. Again, when we start arguing about roles, as I said, in the comments, when before my grandson was even born, they was already trying this by gender, whatever the heck they try to do, but that wasn't flying. And because I understood what was going on, this is why I have opted for him to be homeschooled. One, there's a curriculum that you still have to follow even in homeschool, but I'm not going to allow him to be socialized into certain sectors. We have this debate that's going on politically down there in Florida. So we have to be able to step back and realize and be able to educate everybody on the whole social dynamics. And what I mean by educate on the whole social dynamics is, with a talking point, what you would have to be able to do is look at everything and find out whether or not that particular group can even do that. So, what do I mean by that? If you argue, today, and I'm going to talk about this on my anniversary date. Today, you need approximately $300,000 from birth all the way up into the age of 18 to raise a child. If people don't have these numbers in proper perspectives, they're going to get lost in many ideologies. If you want a woman to stay home and cook, you have to make a certain amount of money to do that. If you want women to do certain things, you have to do other things. So there's a lot of things that has to be broken down and understood where a lot of these ideologies come from, as well as what the truth of the social dynamics are. Um, And for me, because I am at a certain level and I've traveled the world over twice, I understand many different areas and many different dynamics as opposed to just reading a book or just following a bunch of numbers. Um, and when I say that, it is because statistically, back in the 80s, they said 1 in 4 black men would not make it out. Well, a whole lot of us made it out, and a whole lot of us are successful. So, what you have going on in the school system is, and we can, although y'all didn't bring this young lady up, but, the young woman that got fired for, spitting out her stuff online. You have too many young people coming out of colleges with these retarded ideologies and trying to push that narrative both in the elementary school system and the middle school system. So I think we as parents that are observant, we as parents that are listening, we have to learn how to have that dominant voice and even be able to go to the school board, be able to go into our political offices and say we're no longer going to tolerate these foolish talking points or tolerate these ideologies. It is not an individual sport, it's a team sport. And those that are willing to play on the team, we got to fight as a team. I hope I'm making sense.
I
Y'all able to
follow.
hear me?
No, of course we can hear you. I
Oh,
follow.
okay.
I was trying to hit the unmute button
Oh,
and my mouth didn't get right. I was like, oh my gosh.
yeah, I
We
didn't
keep
want to take
waiting.
over the show, but I think y'all have I think this was a very productive and very, as I was saying to somebody in the chat, um, for me, it's the first time or one of the rare times that I get to hear mothers um, actually talk about rearing their sons and rearing their children in today's, society, in today's ideology. My kids are all grown. So in one light, I don't have to worry about what they're being, taught. Now I speak to my oldest daughter and my youngest daughter, about what's going on. And my oldest daughter is knows what's going on these YouTube streets. And she has said to me on numerous occasions she couldn't imagine, trying to go through the school system today. And
Yeah,
she's only
it's
36. You know what I'm saying? She's 36. And my
I
youngest is the
oh
same way.
Okay,
So
you really know what's going on there.
yeah,
mhm.
my 27-year-old, and I tell this story all the time. When she, right now she's working on a master's, but when when she was getting ready to go get her undergrad, um, and I don't have a problem saying the name of the college. When she was getting ready to go get her undergrad, she wanted to go to A&T, and I didn't want her to go to A&T for several reasons. But because she wanted to be a HBCU, I said, okay, I'm a single father. I got her. All right, do you want to go to Bennett Middle College? Bennett College, because she attended Bennett Middle College. When we went to the campus of Bennett College, and they give you the college tour and everything else, after the tour, she refused to go to Bennett College. Well, I didn't understand it at that moment in time why she refused to go to Bennett College. But as I got online and I approached her again, hey, why did you not want to go to Bennett College? What did you see? What did you hear? And she said everything that the black women kept talking about, they always blame men. And the idea of what they were saying was not you, daddy. You wasn't none of those men that they keep claiming what was happening. They did not take accountability for anything. So you have, my daughter was self-aware enough to recognize that these women, was basically teaching an ideology that wasn't true. So in a lot of school systems, you have this ideology being taken place. And so when they say, and I wish Dr. Eugene would have stayed up here, when they say we got to keep an eye out for red pill talking points, it's not red pill talking points. Are you keeping an eye out for people that can argue against your narrative? For example, if you sit up here and say, sugar, spice, and everything nice, and then this same kid can pull out data, facts, and statistics that, 48 to 50% of DVs is done by women, that goes against the narrative that they want to push. If you say, well, black men ain't this, and then they can pull out the data to say, well, the top 5 billionaires today are black men. There are more black males that are in the middle class without children. There are more black men that are millionaires today. So where are you going with these facts, data, and statistics? When you go number for number, there are more black men that are not in debt as much as black women that are in debt. So when you start arguing against the numbers, you argue against the politics. This is why, in the state of Georgia, the so-called big woman who, and when I say big, I'm not talking
But
about size, her attitude is, oh, well, black men, if you just vote for me, why should we? Remember, you had black girl magic, black woman vote. You the one who does all the vote. Stay where you are, because if you really had the answers and the solutions, 12% of African American boys is only able to read above the fourth grade reading level. So where is all this academics in the major cities? Your school system is run by what? Women with master's degrees. Your administration is run by women with master's degrees.
well,
So
we know that's part of the narrative that they like to push, Uncle
right.
Stu. But let me get
Yeah,
triple
let me
black.
get off of here. I just wanted to I didn't want to take over the show. I'm sorry.
No problem, no problem, no problem. You made some good solid points, though. Definitely some good solid points, and I definitely agree with a lot of what you said. So thank you, Uncle Stu.
You're welcome. Y'all got a great show tonight. Great show.
Thank you.
Thank
Definitely
you.
appreciate you. Thank you for coming
I'm
up
gonna
too.
back up everything Uncle Stu say in a minute.
He was hitting it. He was hitting it. Let me get triple black in here, then we'll come over to you, Mr. Z. What
Man,
you
what?
got? Black?
I mean, what it do? I mean, I'm not going to say the word, but the F word is all about equality. And let's just look at the facts. I'm all about equality, right? Which equal, I mean, it's equivalence, right? How many women have been canceled on YouTube or on what's the name for saying disparaging stuff for about black men?
I can't think of a one, and the messages have been damning. So, I think that's a great point to bring up, because I can't think of one woman that has been banned for her rhetoric against men, but we
Me.
could name some examples of men that have been banned
Right.
for their rhetoric against women.
What
So
is
I
the
think
male
that's the truth.
equivalence? What is the male equivalence of aborting black children or boy black babies? What is the male equivalent of that?
I don't think there is any, to be honest. Well,
I mean, it's been pretty one sided,
but
right?
wait a minute, Triple Black. Wait a minute, because I do think, while there isn't a message, quote unquote, that would be that damning, you do have some men that talk a lot of different things about black women that is so disgusting, so trifling, that they did call in the FBI to look at some of that shit. What's the website that Black Avenger? Um,
Oh yeah, Black Avenger is
I know, but
Black
I mean, but
Avenger was
it should be
horrible.
equal. It should be equal results. How come somebody can make an avatar, right? And I'm just picking on this one person with a obviously a black man hanging,
Oh
and
yeah,
not
we've
having you.
seen that and we've spoken out against that. That's
Yeah, I know.
trifling.
I mean,
Yeah.
but I mean, would you say that we're on equal footing when it comes to our disdain for each other?
No, I don't.
When it comes to consequence?
I don't think that we're on equal footing. I think black women have had a long head start. I don't think it's
Or they
necessarily
gonna
on.
say y'all got that psychiatrist? The therapist.
No, I mean, but I mean, come on, man. You already know who outed her. It wasn't one of us.
It was black women.
a black woman.
Yeah.
Outed her.
It wasn't
But
one
I
of
think
us.
black men have had black women have had a head start in that to a certain degree. And now I don't think two rights two wrongs equal a right.
Yeah,
I think it's crazy on both sides because
yeah,
both
I know, but
sides
I
have
mean, I
issues.
look at it from the perspective you can kind of relate to me a little bit because you have a son and a daughter, I believe. I
Right.
have a son, right?
Hmm.
I mean, knowing this environment, would you like recommend to your son to play fair?
It depends.
An
I
eye for
want
an eye, for a two for a two,
but
like play fair.
he's not necessarily on that type of trajectory. We've actually had that conversation very recent, and he's a boy about his target. So
Right.
he won't be ill equipped for the world. He'll be well equipped with the things that he needs, the knowledge that he needs, but you just never know. I don't want to leave it to chance more so than educate him on
I mean,
what he needs to know.
this is the thing. It's like we're almost telling our boys, you know what?
Ho-
Go
ho-
ahead and
ho-
spot the woman a couple points because you're gonna play from behind.
Well,
Maybe you might
to
get the
be
win.
fair, Kodak, hold on. To be fair, I just want to be fair on this conversation. To be fair, Rose and Sister George also have men in their homes, and to me that makes a little bit of difference versus if you was talking to two women that are single mothers. If I could,
No,
and I'm only
you're
saying that
absolutely
because there's an image of masculinity in the home, so that boy has an opportunity to see what real masculinity
yeah. I
looks
mean,
like
but
versus
you
other
gotta
men
you
that
gotta
are
take it
not
into
going to
context.
see it.
I can ask both them that question because I realize the infrastructure they got behind them. They
Right.
can they can really having a really philosophical talk with me or even an objective answer because they have strong men behind them. But
Got
most
you.
dudes don't. I mean, most boys don't come from that infrastructure. Like the moment that you say something to a young boy, and he got a single mother and she ain't got no infrastructure behind her, what is she trying to do to you?
Right.
She's trying to
Right.
cancel you.
Right. Got you. Gotcha.
Right.
I just, because I just wanted to bring that out
Right,
because I
right,
know
right.
sometimes,
But
when we're talking to women, we're thinking they're all single women, and it's like,
no,
no, these two are married and have males in the home, so we get to see a whole different dynamic,
it's a whole
as to
different,
how
it's a
they do it.
completely different dynamic. I agree
Yeah.
with that. But but how, like having boys, and I can relate because you guys have boys in your life, is like, how do we teach them to operate in this environment, knowing that, you know what? The score is, like, listen, when you go in the ball game, you might be up 20-0.
I think with that, because you have to show it and actually be what you want to see, right? To me that's the first line. Then you have to actively get to know who your children are as people and help develop them in ways that they need development. I think a lot of boys aren't really taught how high self-esteem and being able to accomplish things. Like you set a goal and you
That's a great
accomplish
point.
something. When you're in a household that, okay, you do this, this is what you get. When you accomplish this, and showing your children how to create milestones and goals for themselves. When you're teaching self-esteem goals and you're teaching confidence and confidence that come from you being a man and being developed, I think all of that stuff is ridiculously important, and I think that's a thing that
Listen,
a lot of people leave out when it
it's
comes down to dealing with
underestimated.
kids.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah,
because
yeah.
you can teach them, you can say, okay, you can dress them up and say, oh, you're so cute, oh, you're so handsome, but if they're not accomplishing anything, then you're teaching them high self-esteem in one aspect, but you're not teaching them where that shit comes from and from an internal way.
We
But
The thing about it
underestimate competence and confidence. We
yeah,
underestimate it in boys. We build up girls and build up their self-esteem and tell them how beautiful, how awesome, how capable, how talented, how all these things they are. And we do not do that in boys. Literally, we neglect to do that in boys. And as a result, they feel like they're less than, and they deal with stuff that girls, we would never tell our girls to deal with. And that is
absolutely.
where it starts. And we should start that as early as possible.
But you guys are coming.
Can I clip that? Can I
You
clip
guys
that,
coming
bro?
from a place that is not. I mean, it's almost it's sad, but it's kind of rare. I'll give you an example. Right, my son, this morning, his mom had to call me. You know what? He's like, you know what? I'm not going to school. I am not going to school at all. I had to get on FaceTime and all it, like he had his aunties, all these motherfuckers like over there trying to talk him into going to school. And it took me 2 minutes to tell him, because he heard my voice and stuff like that, to pack it up and go. But his mother just could not just say, hey, you know what? I needed you in that moment. And instead of like saying, hey, I needed you in that moment, she just made excuse. Oh, he's just a boy. He's just this, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, come on, man. You know what time it is, man. I'm the man. I'm the guy. I'm his hero. So he's gonna listen to me. It's like, why can't a lot of these other women just make that concession? Why?
I think when you have instances where the man, the biological father, isn't in the home, and you never know how those relationships ended, how they dissolved, what bitter feelings the woman is carrying around. If the man is still carrying around some things, it does make a difference though. With my son, now I'm not gonna say my son bowls up at me. I think kids have like my kid has a smart mouth. He can be his mouth can be a little crazy, but
You get it honestly.
and nobody asked you. But now if I were to call his dad, or if Curlin were to say something, he didn't really just give us those type of problems, but boys do respond differently to men than they would to women. And you have a deeper voice. They say with deeper voices, boys are more prone to listen. Even with women, they'll tell a woman in seducing, like, to lower your voice when you're trying. Child, don't get me there. But having a male presence around all the time, sometimes it's hard for her to admit that, because she may feel like it's a failure on her end, as to why she wouldn't admit that she needed you in that moment. That could look like failure to her because of that relationship dissolving. So you never know. Okay.
Man,
Well,
but thank you guys so much, man, for letting me get on your platform, man. You guys got to come on at least one more time a week.
concrete.
No, we try. We definitely in the fall we're going to be changing some things up. So we definitely plan to try to get on here at least one more time a week. Because
you got to have more. You got to have more discussions, and this is a critique with me, with the irrational women. That's just my conjecture. The irrational women. That way, people in the manosphere and stuff like that. If you guys going to be representing the manosphere, I don't know if that's your goal. Is we have to have the yin and the yang. You know what I'm talking about?
right.
Yeah.
Well, listen, Triple Black, I hear what you're saying, but the thing about it is you can't argue with these. Anybody who's irrational is irrational. You can't argue with them. You can't change their mind. You can't shame, blame, and explain.
I'm gonna address it in a minute.
Oh
But,
God,
but,
he's
but, I mean,
getting
but you got
testy,
to be
y'all.
able to see the distinction between what women that the manosphere think that they want versus what they actually want.
Wait, you mean women
Virtue
in the
signaling.
manosphere?
Virtue signaling.
You mean women in the manosphere or women
No,
outside?
what I'm saying is there's got to be a clear distinction, because a lot of the women that a lot of times they come in, there's just nothing but an echo chamber of just bullshit. and then we just get gaslighted and it just be a big argument. But
No, that's
this
what I
type
was
of
saying, brother, is
platform,
that the women are they're coming out of college and university filled with all this BS about what type of man they should be attracted to. And what really get those panties wet is not none of that stuff that they be teaching in college. And so they virtue signaling, and actually the sociologists are speaking about it now. You got white female sociologists talking about women having a disjunction between what they say they want and who they date and who they marry, right? So that's what I was saying when I said virtue signaling. They're virtue signaling to other women about what they won't stand for, what they're not attracted to, anti-patriarchy this, but who they end up being with and who they end up swiping right on these dating apps is a completely different story.
yeah, that's crazy. But I mean, we got to have both sides of the coin. That's all the point I was trying to make.
Okay. Shout out to Little Meat. He said, a wise man told me, lot of these hoes. A wiser man told me, mode one. Mode one gonna work a whole lot better for you than lying to these hoes. I promise.
Oh my
You ain't
God.
gonna have to go through all that. But
So here's a question, Sister George. So what happens if Solomon comes home and he says, "Yeah, my teacher was talking about Kevin Samuels."
okay, that's what's up. What did he
Oh, so
say?
it's
What
not a
did she
problem?
say?
I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, because if they're worried about like Andrew Tate, like I'm just because see, my
I
thing is,
mean,
it's like
To
at
be
the mention of the name, it's like people recoil in horror.
I don't, but you got to keep in mind that a lot of the things that the manosphere has talked about have been things that I've studied for quite some time, and I'm talking about like men and male and female relationships. So if you come in and you mention somebody like Andrew Tate or Kevin Samuels, being that we've had Kevin on the show and we know a little bit about Andrew Tate, it's not anything that would be foreign or even that I would look at as like a bad thing unless it's somebody trying to push their ideology onto him and override what we're teaching at home. That's probably the only time I'm going to have a problem with it. But
All right, so okay, so
yeah,
let me rephrase that question. What would you do if you does your son have a cell phone or a
yes,
PSP? Okay, so iPhone, hopefully.
no.
Oh, that's sad. All right, so what would you do if you caught him on he was on the phone
Android
and
life.
and he was
All thanks.
Android? Oh my god. So anyway, what would you do if you caught him and he's on the phone and you're like, "Hey, what are you listening to?" And then you pick it up and you see Ramil's face on it and it's Ramil's stream.
oh
and,
Lord.
and he's like, "Yeah, mom, we're pumping and dumping in 2023."
Oh,
He.
oh
I'm
Father.
gonna be honest. I would probably be alarmed because, like I said, I would hope to have a greater influence. And if you're seeing an example of a relationship in your face versus some random ass nigga off the internet, I hope that I have a better influence on what you're actually seeing in your face versus what's not quote unquote real. And don't get me wrong, I don't think all of Ramil's messaging is messed up. I think his messaging for men is outstanding, the things that he tells y'all. But in talking to somebody who doesn't have a relationship experience, they've never been married, I don't know if he's ever even been in a long-term relationship, how you gonna tell somebody about relationships when you've never even experienced it? Or if you've experienced heartbreak in the 8th grade and you still holding on to that shit now, I
Ramil
don't
said
know.
he's
I
a pimp.
just
He's a
I mean,
self-professed
I
pimp. He
mean,
should
let
not be
me let me
Big
teaching
truck. Let me
nobody
hey,
let
hey,
me
about
get
big
in there
truck,
when you get a
relationships.
chance.
I would be calling CPS if Salo was watching
CPS.
hey,
Ramil.
big truck.
I'm
Let me
calling
ask you a
CPS.
question, big truck. Let me ask you a
Yes,
question, big
yes,
truck.
yes,
Brother,
yes,
hey, big
yes,
truck. Let me ask you a question, brother to brother. I'm not even trying to be funny or whatever.
Oh,
Do you
okay.
think the default of most men to be in a relationship or just to pump and dump?
No, I absolutely believe that the default of men is a relationship simply
Exactly.
because, and
There you go.
I'll say it like this. I keep saying this message. Men are hunter gatherers. They go out, they get stuff, and they bring it home. The problem with getting a woman and bringing her home is you can't be certain if she's either going to stay, cheat on you, or steal everything in your fucking house. That's the problem. And
I
the
know,
thing
but
about men can't reconcile that.
Okay, let me
Right.
let me speak as a
I mean,
man in
If y'all
is
if
the
y'all
relationship.
don't
answer
mind,
women or
We
men?
if
actually
y'all
want
don't
to go
mind.
ahead and move on to Mr. Z, but I wanted to add something really quickly, because I see y'all talking in the chat in reference to a point that Triple Black made, and I just want to say that y'all really have too much faith in, like, y'all really think too highly of yourselves that y'all would think that we would need to somehow get up here and gaslight y'all week after week for 3 years on end. Like, what would be the benefit in us gaslighting y'all week after week? If you think that it's monetary, we could make far more money by flipping to the other side and speaking about divestment talking points than we could by getting up here and being middle of the road or male identified and being more objective than anything. So, like, y'all really need to stop selling that noise just because anytime somebody says anything that compliments us or that, you know, is in line with anything that we say or that, you know, benefits us in any way, or that they think that we should be on the air more, or that, you know, we should make more content, y'all have something negative to say. Like, please, like, stop the madness. Ain't nobody on here gaslighting y'all are nobody to gaslight. Like, stop the foolishness, please.
Child, they can't help it.
Ugh.
Oh, y'all gaslighting us. Y'all
Yeah.
full of shit.
Just
Y'all
sit
lying.
there.
I can't believe y'all said this shit.
Gaslight us, because we need to be gaslit. And somebody light the pilot,
Mm.
light the gas and light it.
And I'm like, yeah, maybe y'all forgot about my troll. Like, don't do me. Y'all know I get y'all ass. Don't do it. I didn't did it a couple times. Don't
So
go.
bad. Like, who the hell are y'all to gaslight? Like, for what? What would be the reason? Like, stop the madness.
Wait a minute, but Bronzeberg did bring up a really excellent point. He said you ain't yelling today, and I wanted to point that
Oh
out
my gosh. You
and
know
give you
what?
a huge shout out for that.
I'm
So
about to
shout out
start. They
to
getting on
you.
my nerves.
Shout out to Miss Wanda, Mrs. Wanda. Auntie, stop changing your
Hey, Auntie
name,
Wanda.
girl.
I ain't
Nah,
seen Auntie
thank
Wanda
you.
in a minute. Where you been hiding?
Baby, Auntie Wanda been with her husband eating
Okay.
bonbons. Wait a minute,
You
girl.
see,
Okay.
it's a MRS, right?
My cousin in the building. Y'all shout out to Miss Hanifa, honey. That's my cousin
Okay.
from way back. She married too. Don't do it. Shout out to Django Geek. He says these kids don't even want to be mumble rappers anymore. They want to be social media influencers, i.e. feminist influence is played out. Red pill is what's popping.
No, they said that. I mean, come on, man. Come on, listen. Red pill is a fucking scam. Come on, stop it.
Oh,
Like,
Um
it's a scam.
oh.
Black Wizard, you know the answer to that. You
Black
know.
Wizard, you already been jumped in, dog. You in the gang now. It's over with,
Black
baby.
Wizard, where's the wife? I ain't seen her in forever and a day.
It's a fucking scam. Come on, man.
Why
Stop
you
playing.
think it's a scam? I
Man, come
feel
on.
like
Hey,
that's gonna
hey,
open
hold on.
us up to
Hey,
like a
hold
long
on. Hey,
There's
conversation.
this
But
guy
It
that's
is.
waiting named
wait a
Mr. Z.
minute, wait a
You know
minute,
he
wait a
hasn't
minute.
spoken
You
yet.
right, you right,
I'm
you
gonna
right.
ask you a
Triple
question,
Black,
man.
hold up just a second, because Mr. Z, our esteemed guest, one of our all-star panelists, is up here, and we need to put some respect on Mr. Z. Mr. Z, you have the floor now. Black
Look,
King.
I like being placated every once in a while. Thank you, ladies. Thank
You're
Don't.
welcome, Black King.
See, this what they're gonna be like. See, look at her. She's stroking his
you. Right?
ego.
As if we don't all do that occasionally to somebody. Like, come on. Look, thank you, ladies, for having me up. Shout out to everybody on the panel, everybody listening in the chat. Look, man, yeah, so we've had decades of softcore, hardcore, misandry all up in the schools. Um, and now that the boys are speaking about their experiences, mainly in middle and high school, with the little middle school dating when y'all really not going out with each other, but y'all like see each other in school, so y'all are air quotes couple. Yeah, so now that the boys are talking about their experience, now we don't want to hear it. That's what the school system is telling us. That's what the education system is telling us. That what the education system is really telling us is that we're socializing you to pay for these women, and nigga, you don't get to
Facts.
complain. Okay, eat that. That's what the education system is telling us. Eat whatever the hell we giving you, and so we raise these weird feminist but not feminist, feminine but not feminine, I could do it all bad by myself until I see that damn student loan bill pop up for the first time. Um, I've been driving my grandma's Corolla for the past 15 years, and I need some help. Women, we've been raising them for like 4-ish decades now, and so we need you to eat all of the shit that comes from this. And we don't need you to be in middle school and high school and maybe even college talking about your experiences with women and how they doing foodie calls, admittedly by 30%, which really means that it's like 50%. We need you to eat that, right? So yeah, they're gonna get on the men for being honest, and yeah, they're gonna get on the boys about using red pill talking points in school because you're supposed to not be that wise and you're supposed to be a hornball that wants to pipe everything and then it leads you down the wrong road, right? You're supposed to bite off too much life before you can afford it because of a woman, and then it leads you down a road where you pretty much fund her life for at least 15, 20 years until she divorces your ass and takes half, right? And the fact that we speak like this is an affront to the entire system because the system was built on men buying women. And I said it that crudely on purpose, right? We have academics now entering this space or investigating this space because their sons are about to get into dating age and they're afraid their sons are going to sound like us. Your sons are going to sound like us once they start dating, player. Whether they dating white girls, black girls, Latina girls, they're going to start sounding like us because y'all didn't raise y'all daughters to actually reciprocate this bullshit ass egalitarian system that y'all said y'all was trying to build. Oops.
Yeah. Well, the manosphere is openly and virulently homophobic for one. They're
right.
virulently
Exactly.
anti-LGBT.
Yeah, exactly.
So
because we don't care what's going on over there.
Yeah, people like Andrew Tate are nothing more than an extension of that, and they got Andrew Tate. Now, the thing about the majority of these people in the manosphere is, yeah, you could try to strike down their channels, but they just go underground like roaches and they pop back up somewhere else. And they're perpetually.
But Big Truck, it's not even just that. It's we have to be honest that these young men and these boys are having real experiences with your daughters. You raised your daughters to be spoiled, materialistic, consumerist brats.
Mm-hmm.
And your sons, who are most of them are extra regular, black, white, Latino, maybe some Asians, but most of your boys, they're extra regular. And you raised your daughters to be spoiled brats, and your daughters don't want nothing to do with your sons. So you can try to socialize your sons to eat this as much as you want. The problem is your daughters are the wall. It's not your sons. We've been socializing these boys to be egalitarian for like 40 plus years. They are. I'm one of them. We were raised that way. Real quick, because I'm getting to somewhere with this. We raised our sons to be, air quotes, 50-50. It's your daughters that now, because not even all of them, a significant portion of them have this certain social power because of their education that they didn't price themselves out the game. And the ramifications of that in society, nobody want to talk about. Nobody want to be like, oops, we might have went too far. And because nobody wants to do that and then rejigger this thing, you got to deal with the fallout. And the fallout is your boys speaking about these things in school.
No, well, yeah, that's true.
The only thing
hold on. Let me just say something. I've been making a number of videos. I've been pulling up articles. Boys are choosing not to participate now. They're not signing up for college in larger and larger numbers. They're not finishing high school. Boys, I believe, at this point, feel that they are so disconnected from the system that they're literally dropping out of it. And they're seeing this happening on a number of different levels with young boys and men, where the men are literally dropping out of the workforce or the men are dropping out of relationships. You see them keep bringing up the talking point about more and more black men are unmarried, single, and childless, and this, that, and the other. So there's a big problem here because I think at the core of a man, he understands that the only way to win is not to play. And this is why they're worried about passport bros. Because
I agree
these
with that.
boys, y'all worried about Andrew Tate. Wait till passport bros infiltrates the school systems. Wait until these boys say, all I got to do is make some money and I'll go overseas and get a woman who submits. Yeah, wait until you see that because it's coming. It's all part of this.
Hey, let me put some context when I say the red pill is a scam. Name one red pill author or that's talking about these pillars of red pill. Face is clean. Name one. I'm talking about like face is gator. Like, you know what I'm saying? They really lived it. Name one.
Wait, I'm lost because I'm wait,
No,
I'm
I'm talking about like, you know, there's a lot of motherfuckers that are preaching a whole bunch of shit, and they telling a whole bunch of young dudes to do this and do that. Name one of them. They face is
you
clean.
realize we're just telling them not to be beholden to women that don't actually give a damn about
Yeah,
you.
yeah, no, I
I mean,
mean,
at the end of the day,
name one. Their face is clean. They ain't did none of the shit that they talking about.
I'm I'm lost. Is anybody else understanding what he's saying?
No,
Like,
I'm asking you, like from okay, I'll give you an example,
mhm.
right? Myron, Red
Okay, let's.
Red Pill King, Red Pill King. You know what I'm saying? Almost got a single mother pregnant, thought, OnlyFans thought, you know what I'm saying? Went in her raw and shit like that. He talks about this shit all the fucking time. Like
okay,
name one person that really lived that fucking life.
Uncle Stu, the old man on the block, now
Okay.
married. Okay, so let's understand and let's put everything in a proper perspective. Number one, when you talk about red pill, first of all, red pill is more of a philosophy than a life than an actual lifestyle. What is the philosophy? The philosophy simply means that a lot of things that was taught about women and about what women can and cannot do, what
Sugar
they
and
have to
spice and
strive
everything
for,
nice.
exactly, and coming into that reality that that is absolutely not true. So that's what red pill is. Then you have branches that where people may have had red pill and went off and let's say went off and got married or went off and did certain things, whether they went off into the passport bros, they became incels, whatever their freedom of choice to do to deal with those ideologies and those philosophies. So you have to understand that red pill is not this end all be all philosophy. It is not the end all be all to life. So if you want to have an example, I am here as the living example. I was told domestic violence only go one way, but I was the victim of domestic violence. Lie number one. I was
Well,
told
Uncle,
women don't lie, but I was accused of being the father of a child that didn't belong to me. I am the one who actually went to court and for full custody of my child. So there's
well,
a whole lot of lies that has been told even to me, and I am of the older generation. I saw the proliferation of feminism. I saw the vitriol that happened in the 90s. I saw the
mm,
vitriol that happened in the 2000s, but I wasn't privileged or didn't have the
Yeah.
knowledge or the connection of what I would call the internet. The internet has been the first tool that African Americans have used only for 3 years in order for this information to get out. Here's the
let me let
delusion
me
that a
let
lot of
me add to
people
that,
come
Uncle
up
Stu.
with. Hold on, let me just do this
Okay,
and
okay,
then you go, Ms.
okay,
Z.
okay.
Here is a delusion. Everybody want to look at red pill men and say, "Oh, they hurt, they bruised." Somebody in the chat said they need to build up. Let me explain all of that too. A lot of people, especially women, they're looking for men to be able to have all of these 23 emotional words to express their feelings and their emotions. They are expressing their feelings. If they did not give a damn about black women, they wouldn't even be talking about black women. They give a damn because they do want relationship. I've done poll after poll on my platform. These men do want to be married. These men do want to be in relationship. The only problem is that they're saying, "Hey, today we actually do have some standards. Today, we actually have a choice. When we was being raised, and you can hear it in the music, we was being raised, it was the woman that had the standard. We had to meet their standards. It was all about what their standard was. But guess what? They wrote the standard, made it plain. Black men not only met the standard, but many black men superseded the standard. Now that black men are saying, "Hey, I'm the one who's now making 50, 60, $70,000 a year. I have my own place. I have my own car. I'm doing my own thing. I just want a woman that can cooperate. Forget all these other gender roles. Can a black man walk into a supermarket and just have a black woman say hello? My brother, I have taken my own wife around the various places right here where we work. You're talking to a retired United States Army done raised women, and both of my daughters graduated college, and one is married, the other one's working on a master's degree. And you mean to tell me that I can't even get a hello from a black woman,
You're
but
a
I
black
can
man.
damn sure get it all from a Puerto Rican, a Dominican, a white woman? Dude, it is out here. So what I am saying is the way I was raised in the 80s and the 90s is not what these young men are facing today. So what do I have to be able to do, at least on my platform? I had to be able to understand exactly what it is that they are going through, recognize what they are going through, and try to help them to navigate through life. It is so easy to sit there and say these black men need to go to therapy. They need to go to therapy. They all need therapy. Why do they need therapy if they're just speaking their reality?
No,
And if their
what's causing them to
reality
need
is
therapy? Are they not having experiences with certain opposite sex members
exactly,
that might be a problem? Maybe.
exactly. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I
No,
Go
just
no,
ahead,
but
wanted to
Uncle
clear
yeah,
Student.
up
I'm
this
gonna let
that
yeah,
red
Mr.
pill
C
No, I
in here.
mean,
You
argument.
know,
yeah.
I,
I
I,
just,
I
I
didn't mean it to go that way, but I'm just
uh,
saying, it's like, I mean, if you're not really living that life, you
we
can't
hear you,
really.
triple black, but this is the problem. Some of these brothers, it's not all relationship PTSD by proxy, right? Like I'm reading and I'm watching these things, or a 15-year-old is reading and watching these things, 16, 17-year-olds are reading and watching these things on social media, and so they're getting this level of angst, through proxy because of us 30 something, 40 something, 50 something year olds speaking on the internet. No, some of these boys are having real experiences. These women are talking to them all type of crazy, right? And these young girls are talking to them all type of crazy, and we like to think that we raised our daughters better than that. No, some of
let
your
me.
daughters are brats and monsters. And so, and
Mm,
I'm move out the way in 1 second. And so, because of that, your daughters have adopted all of that. Can you pay my bills? Crap. All that he was a man enough for me. Crap. All of that. And we're talking about girls and women that were born after some of these movies came out, after some of these songs came out. But that's part of the culture now. And so these women are growing up and maturing in this environment, and they're dating and meeting your sons, speaking to your sons like your sons are just objects of entertainment, just a big ass walking wallet. And so when your sons now respond to that, not everybody in our society is up in arms and, oh, we got to do something.
Do you realize the
Let me read
danger?
the super chat real quick. We're
Okay,
actually going to
okay.
do closing comments because I'm extremely tired. But I want to say this really quickly. I do understand what you guys are saying, and Auntie Wanda did say something in the chat, and a couple other women, I think it might have been Koja, was saying that there's a hesitancy. I do want you guys to just understand something, that we are in a period where times are changing, and what I mean by that is that women actually are scared for their safety. And unfortunately, that is the reality of it. I literally, in the last week, have seen 3 or 4 different stories of women being assaulted in New York for nothing. Literally on the train, walking down the street, being assaulted, slapped in their face. And granted, I know 2 out of the 3 of these instances were men who were like out of their mind. They clearly have something going on with them, but like they're on public transportation, but literally like just making eye contact with somebody is scary because you don't know if you're going to be assaulted. And so women are literally scared to make eye contact and to say, hi, how are you? Because they're scared for their safety. And you may be a nice man that may not be your intent at all, but how do I know when I'm going to be assaulted or someone is just asking if how's your day going? Like, I am my first line of defense. So I am scared to speak to someone because I might get the shit slapped out of me. And women are literally scared to speak to people or to look at somebody in their face because people are being assaulted for no freaking reason. And you can't blame people for being scared to look at somebody in the face, let alone speak to them, because we are seeing these random instances of violence that are on the rise throughout the country. So,
but Rose, I would accept that
really quickly. Let me read the super chat real quick, and then we'll move on. Okay, sorry. Okay. I know that was, pretty explosive.
No, you're good. You're good.
No, that was a great soliloquy. But I was going to ask, who's keeping these violent people alive? Because the thing about it is, in a male-dominated society, most of those men that you're so worried about would have either been thrown under the jail or put to death. Women are the one who are forcing them to be socialized with regular people. So who do you want to blame?
No, I wasn't going down that road. I wasn't going down.
No, I didn't ask. I was talking.
Yeah. Danny, was you about to say something before I read the super chat? I'm sorry, because
I really did want to hear.
Y'all created the world, and now you're going to live with it.
Okay, go ahead, Uncle Sue, real quick before I read the super chat.
Oh, okay. No, only thing I was going to say, Rose, is that would be an awesome statement if it was universal in color. Meaning, if it was just all women doing that, then I'll be 10 toes down with that understanding. Where I'm coming from is it's my own people. What I'm coming from is I could be with my wife and still receive the same thing. How are you in danger and I'm with my wife?
The thing is, and that's a good point. I can't even personally, I can't speak to why a person might not feel compelled to speak to someone who's in if it's a family setting, it's a man and his wife and his children or something like that, and or why maybe a Hispanic woman might feel compelled to speak but not a Black woman. I don't know, but I know personally that I have become more apprehensive to make eye contact. And even I spoke to my husband about it because, I'm a conscious Black woman and he couldn't understand. Like, we talked about an example of, we were talking about it was an example of like me having to travel for business, and I said if I had to travel for business and I had to travel with only men, that I wouldn't feel comfortable traveling. And he was like, and it was just all Black men, I wouldn't feel comfortable traveling. And I was kind of surprised that his response, that he was like, you wouldn't? And I was like, no, I wouldn't do it. And he was like, I was surprised that he would have been comfortable with me traveling. And we kind of went back and forth about it. And I'm like, in this day and age, I would not feel comfortable traveling with just a cohort of men. Even if they were men that I had worked with previously in the office, I just would not feel comfortable. And we talked about alcohol and stuff being involved, going out for drinks afterwards. So it was some other elements to it too. But nonetheless, just in this day and age, I feel like I have to be more on guard, and I'm my first line of defense against anything happening to me. So as a result, I'm more guarded than I've ever been. And I know that in my conversations with other Black women, they feel the same way. But to your point, Uncle Stu, that does make sense. I don't know why they feel like that. That is kind of.
I know. No, I know.
I would say this. Let's do this, Rose.
If you build a haunted house, you're gonna be scared.
Thank you.
I mean,
I'll say this,
no. I'm gonna call. I want to call Cap on that too, Uncle Stu. I'll let you finish up. No, I'm gonna call Cap on it. You're not gonna sit here. No, wait a minute. You're not going to sit here and discount everybody's experiences within our own communities. Right. A lot of us have gone through things in our communities where somebody hurt us in some way, shape, form, or fashion. And not saying that everything was like sexual assault, but it's been instances where you've been insulted or somebody has done something or somebody and it's close to home.
And what was the
so I'm not going to sit here. Wait a minute.
Wait, Big Truck.
you're not, you don't get to minimize the shit that we see on the news every day. A lot of black men are scared of black men, so don't sit here and act like
and what's the
women
I'm
are
all about
just out of
minimizing.
What is
fucking
the
Let her
pocket for
finish.
some of it.
So-
Don't sit here and act like it's just
Wait a
totally.
minute. Hold on. Let her finish her statement before jumping in. Let her completely finish her statement, please. Come on now.
I'm just saying we don't get to discount each other's experiences within our community. I know a lot of black men that are scared of black men. Black people are scared of black people in general, but you just can't discount and say, "Oh, well, you guys built this." No, this shit is actually happening. And not to just put women on a pedestal, because things are happening on women's ends too, but we're not going to sit here and act like that shit's not happening at all. Y'all can't do that.
And I do want to say,
no,
I'm
I'm
not
just
personally
saying,
scared of
what
black
if
men.
you're a man?
I've never ever been in a situation like, I'm not scared of black men, but I do feel like as a married woman, the example that I was talking about, we were talking about the Joe Torre situation where he got into it with that other comedian, and I was like, I would not have been on a tour bus where alcohol, spending the night, other men, like I just wouldn't have been in that situation. But personally, I'm not scared of other black men. And the thing is, my husband, he was talking all of that smack, but he was the person who made me more cautious. I lived in a bubble. I'm from the Midwest, but I've never lived in an area where like there was heavy crime and stuff. I was the person who would have my purse wide open, giving to homeless and not even thinking about the fact that somebody could snatch my purse. Like now I'm not permitted to pull over and give money to homeless and all. Like he was the one who made me cautious of that type of stuff. So he talked all that smack, but he was the one who made me start looking at my surroundings and not pulling over at gas stations late at night. I never even thought about that type of stuff prior to him bringing that to my attention. So like, I'm not personally scared of black men, but now I'm more cautious of putting myself in situations where something can possibly happen.
But when
to
black
me.
men air out their grievances, the first line of defense is not all women.
Thank you.
You don't think
Right.
You don't think like men feel the same fucking way?
So you say
I
that to
think
say
we
what? What's your
acknowledge
point in
that.
saying
Not
that?
all women. Like you'd be like, oh, not all women. Oh, the
I
women
think
that you
I think we're
around.
one of the very few
Come on,
female
man.
channels that acknowledge that. Of course, we don't think that all
that's
black men are
exactly
criminals
how
or
men
fuck.
feel
Okay,
We
the
don't
same
think
way.
We
that.
know
I'm
that.
gonna
Why
get,
did
I'm
you
gonna
say
get
that
ready.
though? What was his point in saying? We know not all men are criminals, or not all men would assault somebody. We know that. But who's to, like, we don't know if this group of men will harm you and the next group won't. So as women, as vulnerable women, the vulnerable species on this planet, wouldn't it make sense for us not to put ourselves in a situation where
Facts.
any group of men could
That's the
harm
same
us?
thing with
Let me
men.
let me
Men
say
are
this.
in
I'm getting
vulnerable
ready to step off.
positions too.
Hold
Exactly.
on.
So you should
I'm
look
getting ready
out
to
for
step
yourself
off.
and not put yourself in a vulnerable situation.
Right. I'm getting ready to step off. But this is what I will say. I think you brought up a valid point, and I think it needs to be really really talked about on both sides so that we can try to come up with a solution. I understand part of what you're saying because my wife kind of grew up the same way, so I got it. But I think there was some other areas that you did touch on that I think needs to be discussed, and I would love to hear that conversation. So what I'm gonna do in the back scene, I'm gonna get with both of y'all because that might
Yeah,
need
this
to
would be
be a
something good to
different.
talk about, like
Yeah,
why
being
women
that being that
disregard
you have
why.
right because you have
Yeah,
connections to women on one side where
I
I
think
have
so too,
connections
Dan.
to men on the other side, and I think it needs to be talked about because
I
there
agree.
are some issues that
Right.
needs to that we need to flush out. You know
Mhm.
what I'm saying? Because I have certain experiences. I recognize what you're saying in your experiences. So I think we need to really take the intellectual deep dive and really talk
Agreed.
this out because it's not really being talked out. It's being yelled out.
Yeah,
And some people might get offended. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, well, hey, men get assaulted too. And I don't think we're really having the
yeah.
conversation.
And we're at the end of the we got it. We're get in the process of shutting it down. So we do need to take a deep dive and be able to kind of go through and dissect the topic. So you are right, Uncle Stu, and we would like to do that in the future. So definitely.
All right, so I'll get with y'all in the back scene. All right,
Yeah.
I'm getting off of
Man,
here.
ain't no
Thank
pressure,
you, Uncle
man. Ain't no
Stu.
pressure.
Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Ladies, thank you very much.
Have
Thank you,
a
Uncle
good
Stu.
one.
Well, I can tell we're going to have a firestorm in September, aren't we?
Definitely. Definitely. Thank
All
you.
right,
Thank
love
you.
y'all. Y'all have a good one.
Have a
You too,
good
Uncle
one.
Stu.
Let me
Thank
read the
you.
super chat real quick from Black Wizard. Black Wizard said, the red pill is less about women and more about the system that supports female nature. The system also advocates for using men as tools for resources at all levels without regard for their humanity, i.e., the plantation. That is very good, a very good breakdown of what red pill is mostly about, and it makes perfect sense. So thank you for that, Black Wizard. And we got another one from Nigtal Javon saying the black manosphere turned red pill into the please act right / SBE pill. All right. All right. We got to do
You got a
final
few.
comments.
You got a few more.
Oh, did I have more?
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Let me scroll on down. Okay.
Baby, you
Oh, shoot. I see. Okay. Little meat.
well, you skipped names. I'll highlight them for you.
Okay. Thank you. Dane said sexualization due to easy access to porn plays a part.
That's
Ooh,
a great point
oh,
because that's something that we did not talk about in depth, but
it
that's a great point.
does. Especially when we talk
Great
I
about
want
point.
to
kids,
address
and the
that.
access is very easy these days. Oh my gosh, they can access porn like at the drop of a hat. I mean, drop of a dime.
Yeah, easier than
Yep.
books.
Yeah, good point. MGTOW Universe says when women tell you they're too scared to communicate with you, get your GD passport. Thank you, C Rose. I mean, if that's what makes you, if that's what
You
makes
know
you
what?
feel better.
I just got so pissed off with that. It's not just women just telling you that they're scared to communicate with you for the sake of being scared to communicate with you. Talk
Literally.
to women that are like, come on,
Like
like
y'all will
look at the fucking
ignore,
news.
like they'll literally ignore
Girl.
all, like
That's
everything that I said.
that's
I
why
mean, literally, before I clicked into the stream, I saw two stories. One woman, her face was bloody from being assaulted, had the shit smacked out of her before she even had the chance to look up from some crazed freaking lunatic while she's on the train. Like that is just absolutely insane. Doing nothing but riding home, assaulted for no reason. Like you cannot blame people from being terrified. That is such a traumatic experience, but you want to ignore that. These are issues within the very systems that we exist in, and as a result, women are scared. You can't
C-Rose,
blame
C-Rose,
them.
here's the
And
question.
then
I
and
take
then
the train.
just
Hold on.
So you don't
C-Rose,
think
I take the hold on.
men
I
are
take the train. I take the train around Wall Street every now and then. Here's a question, C-Rose. What do you think I'd do if somebody beat me up on the train or did some shit like that? But you know what? Because y'all made the laws in a way where it makes it so difficult for us to defend ourselves, somebody like that can't be taken out of here in a box.
how are you blaming women for making the freaking
Y'all
laws?
made these liberal laws when y'all started voting
You,
for this bullshit.
the whole
It's
fucking
women,
country
you
is being ran by men. Y'all got me
You
yelling.
did this. You did this.
Oh, Big Chuck,
No,
you cannot blame that on women. Like you
This is
really
not that.
seriously cannot blame that on women.
This is no.
I'm
We
getting
we
ready
we,
to
we have
lose
to
my
be honest.
shit.
Number one,
Sister George, let's be
we
honest.
can't
Let's be
fall
honest.
into real quick, y'all. Real quick,
This
because
is
I
a
haven't spoken that
Distraction
much.
to the red pill.
Real quick,
Go ahead,
we haven't really investigated post COVID like hysteria going on with human beings. We do have an issue, and the sociologists are speaking about this of how people have been reacting and acting post COVID. Believe it or not, violent crime was on a decline for the past 40 years post pre-COVID, excuse me, pre-COVID, right? But since COVID, it's like everybody done lost it. All the socialization that happened 40 years prior went out the window in the year and a half or 2 years that people were home, and so people came back out of their homes and started fighting and throwing bricks through people window and all type of foolishness. So I hear what the women are saying. The problem is that we can't fall into the hysteria because of these incidents. There were what 170 some odd million women in this country, right? if we
Yeah.
fall into the hysteria of, well, men are doing this and men are doing that, what percentage? I'm not saying it's not happening.
Let
I
me
I'm
mean,
tell
saying
you.
that that's
but
not.
The
you know
thing
what?
I'm
That's
sorry.
is,
easy.
it's
Go
No,
ahead.
no,
not.
you
It's
know
not
what?
the
Hey, hold
fact
on.
of,
Can
and
I
it's.
just
We
say
know
one
that
thing?
it's not every man. I told, and I think I shared this like on one of the most recent streams. I started to get like, and this is something that I don't really share, but I started to get anxiety when I started to go into crowded places where white men were after the it was not the Uvalde shooting, it was the shooting before that, like literally uncontrollable hysteria, like I would have to leave out of the store because I was like one of these, like literally, and it was something like, and it was as a result of all of these
Oh, you mean
traumatic.
the Buffalo shooting?
Oh, come on.
Yes, that's
You
what it
know
was
what?
after the Buffalo shooting. And it was like just like something that, and I was like, I don't know what this is stemming. I mean, I knew what it was stemming from, but it was like I couldn't calm myself down. And it just happened like over the span of maybe 2 weeks. And then I haven't had it since then. But it was something that it was like, it's an unrealistic fear, but it's kind of like, it's something that you can't control. So I understand people feeling like, I don't know if this person is going to slap me or be irate or be, like people have unrealistic fears. And as a result,
Imagine being a feminine woman and actually having real fucking fears, and then they telling you to man up. Imagine that shit.
Let me
The
say something real
irony.
quick.
Well,
Let
hold
me
on,
say
hold
something
on.
real quick.
C
The
Rose is
irony.
not feminine,
Let me
first
say
of all.
something real
Second
quick.
of all, do you have a purse?
No,
C Rose, if you have a purse, get
I
a
hate
45
him.
for that purse, and then you
no.
won't have that anxiety no more.
the
But
thing
what is
is,
that fear? I mean, like, it was fear
I'm
that
already
caused the witch
protected,
hunts,
but
right?
the
No,
thing
It,
is feeling like you're going to be caught off guard. Like if my back is turned to someone and something happens and I'm not prepared.
yeah,
but I
yeah.
hear that, ladies. But here's
Concrete.
the thing: didn't
Concrete.
fear cause the Salem witch hunt? Didn't fear cause like the people in Louisiana where they was telling black women that they had to wrap their hair up and they couldn't have their hair up? Like when we say fear, what is causing that fear? Is that fear rational? Like I can, I'm not.
I
It's
think the
not about
fear
me
is.
minimizing
This
it.
is what
Go
the
ahead. I'm sorry.
reality is. Can I say something real quick?
Do you watch the news, Mr.
Yes,
Z?
all the time.
Yes,
I
yes, I
said
do. I live in
Mr.
South
Z.
Florida of all places. I mean,
Okay,
I live in South
so do
Florida
first
you
too.
48
see
Central actually.
so wait a minute. So if you
Hmm.
watch the news and you're watching these random stories, you're seeing women and men being attacked by people just for existing, not even interpersonal relationships, to where you have people actually being attacked. You're seeing this, right?
So what are we doing
Yes,
about that?
ma'am.
What are we doing about it?
No,
No,
it's
no.
not. But the whole thing is, if a woman sits around and she says, "Well, I don't like to go to a public gas station at night or because I'm scared. I don't like to do this. I don't like to go out in public because I don't just speak to random men because I don't want anybody to harm me."
Hey, listen. Nobody is worried about that. Concrete. But Sister George, what a lot of men are worried about is like when you build a family, you buy a whole bunch of shit, and then she sits around and she's like, you know what, I'm bored. Let me go ahead and wreck this fucking family. Let
Mm.
let me go ahead and do what I want to do and all this type of shit. That's what a lot of dudes are scared of.
Triple
I
Black, that's
think
what you worried about. They sitting here
No, no,
complaining
it's
about
not
women
me.
not wanting to
I'm
speak
telling
to
you,
them for their
there's a
fear
lot of
of
dudes
being slapped in the
that
face.
get this red pill. They get this red pill, and they're worried about that same fucking shit happening. Hey, you know what?
No,
Let me boss up and let me do
Okay,
what I
let's
have to
finish
do.
reading the
no,
super
but
And
chat
triple
so we
black.
can go because
Let's
I'm
give the
tired.
ladies some space with that because okay, let's address that. There are women that are afraid of men feeling rejected and then lashing out physically. Cool. But then on the other side, and we've spoken about this, are the girls and women that are speaking about men not approaching, that they're spending weeks and months on in without no man approaching, no man even speaking to them in environments where men supposedly should speak to them in club and environments. So you have to understand, women are these like intricate creatures, and men are like black and white. So if women are saying we feel anxiety in environments that are too male populated, then men are responding with a lack of their presence, with indifference, with just throwing their hands up. We're talking about passport bros, we're talking about SYSBM, and then we have women then responding like, no, we don't mean it like that. It's just it's frustrating listening, and we're talking about two sisters that are not against black men, right? So if y'all are the best of women, black women, and y'all are sounding like this, do you understand how that then leads men to be like, all right, screw it then?
But
Okay.
the thing is, go ahead, Danny.
No, go ahead, Concrete,
The
because
thing
it
is, we're
gets
not saying,
tiresome.
I'm not at all saying that I fear black men. Like, black men are like, there's nothing more magical than a black man to me. I'm not saying that I fear black men. I'm saying that I understand black women feeling like they have a concern and they are hesitant to speak to black men because of the rise and increase in random acts of violence. And it's not just black men. We know that, we understand that, but there have been, and it's highlighted in the media, these increased acts of random violence. So as a result, maybe if you're in a more intimate setting, I'm talking about like just walking past someone on the street. That doesn't mean that if you're in a restaurant, if you're in a bar, if you're in a more intimate setting, that someone like, that's different. I'm talking about just walking past someone, because that's when we're seeing these random acts of
Public
violence.
transportation or some shit like
And
that.
it's mostly, and guys, it's mostly men. If things go badly for these young boys, what you see now, men are dropping out of the workforce, dropping out of the military, dropping out of
college.
everything, dropping out of college. What do you think they're going to do? They're sitting around waiting for some violence to happen that they're going to cause. That's the reason why these school shooters have gotten younger and younger and younger. Men are suffering from grief. They're suffering from enemy, and you're not safe. And it's important for you to understand that. You're talking about random acts of violence? No, you're not safe. You're not. And as things get worse for these kids, you're going to be even less safe. You know, every single thing you're even talking about, all of these news articles, it's all pointing to the exact same thing. And these boys, you're worried about them listening to Andrew Tate? No, they'll be sitting there by themselves, playing their video game, playing that PlayStation 5 shit. And next thing you know, they'll go out there and they'll lose their goddamn minds. No, you're not safe.
Big Truck, you do have reasons to be concerned. So, Big Truck, they do have reasons to be concerned. Okay, so you're upset that when we say that we understand why women are concerned, and then you give women reasons to be concerned. I
Right. Does that make sense?
No.
That shit didn't even make any sense.
If you
What the hell is he
it
talking
makes
about?
perfect sense. It makes perfect sense.
That shit didn't make no sense.
Women are in control. Women are in control of the school.
So women are writing all the laws and shit now.
Big truck. No, big truck. Give me 1 second.
Let me
bro.
finish what I'm saying.
I will just say this to you, Big truck.
Finish what I'm saying. No,
it's more of us that are indifferent than we're gonna do anything to women. That's all I'm saying.
Women are in control of the education system. You are taking over the law to make it so that these relationships don't work. You are destroying the family, and then you wonder why you're not safe from the own goddamn kids who look just like you. No, you made this place the way it is. And you know what the sad thing about it is? Anytime people are arguing, especially when they're arguing on a panel controlled with women, when they're on a panel controlled with women, all of their concerns, even the legitimate ones, are basically just getting shut down and shut out. Well, guess what?
Who's shutting down the legitimate concerns?
And again, as many times as I mention this, you got the same people. Oh, yeah, well, that's not happening. Oh, yeah, we're not in control of that. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. And you're going to pay for it.
So ladies, I disagree with Big Truck on this.
I gotta go. So if we want to
finish, no, honey.
I'll make my closing statement then. I'll hurry up and make my.
We got a few more super chats to get through, and then we're gonna have 60 seconds for closing statements. Danny,
okay, go ahead.
How many more we got?
Quite a few. I'll read them.
Okay.
Let me see where I'm at, child, because I done lost all the damn super chats, honey, messing with y'all.
I can help you.
Asses. Big Truck, help me and send me some damn money. That's
I already sent you some money.
Send me some more shit.
$3.04.
I don't want your 304. I don't want your whole money. Send me the money you was gonna send Ling Ling. Send us the money you was gonna send Ling Ling.
That was quick by Big Truck. I didn't catch that for a second. $3.04.
He makes me tired. Shout out to MGTOW Universe. He says when women tell you, we heard you, MGTOW. We heard you. Shout out to Lil Meat. He says women should be able to feel safe around us. Damn, somebody got it.
I agree.
A shout out to Lil Meat again. He says simping ain't easy when you're broke. I wonder why he called himself Lil Meat. Shout out to Dane C. He says, I live in the Caribbean. It's normal to make eye contact and say good morning to people. I think the 24-hour news cycle created a form of mass
I agree.
paranoia.
I agree.
Dane, I think that's accurate. And I think it depends on your demographic. I'm from Mississippi. Mississippian people spoke in whatever, but we didn't have a whole lot of guys standing on every corner or some shit to where you would be scared. But still wouldn't go to like a gas station in the hood in the middle of the night. I don't recommend anybody doing it.
Wow.
Yeah. You know. Shout out to Django Geek. He says, yes, to be fair, being kind to strangers in the community isn't street smart. Django, they want women. Oh, hey, how you doing, honey? Then when some shit happened, oh, you should have took your stupid.
Exactly.
Listen.
That's what you get for speaking to Pookie and Ray Ray. Who, you know.
Shout out to Black Wizard. He says, don't forget police reform, letting people out of jail to avoid the spread of the virus.
Thank you.
Bail reform, people losing their jobs, people getting kicked out of their house,
Thank
and
you.
lockdown pressures. Violent crime is up everywhere. So that is another reason why everybody should have something to fear, quote unquote. Not saying that you should be
always makes
regular.
sense.
Yeah, I don't think you should go to your job and be holding your purse when you walk past the fucking security guard.
Exactly.
But you're not going to be stupid enough to take your ass to any gas stations in the middle of the night in the
Y'all
hood
hate
talking
gas
about I'm
stations.
free.
Why do y'all hate gas stations so much?
I hate malls. I hate
Gas
gas
stations
stations.
in
I hate
Atlanta.
public
Alright,
transportation.
Ladies, if y'all don't like gas stations,
in Atlanta is where
get-
a lot of crime
okay,
happens.
get
The gas
yourself-
stations in Atlanta is
get
where you get hit
a-
up.
Get a Tesla and charge it at your house.
Curlin
You
won't
gonna
buy me
buy
a
it?
Tesla, and
You
he
gonna buy it?
and they're
My
trash
next
ass
car-
cars.
My next car is a Cadillac that plugs into the side of my house.
Can
and
you
I have to
buy?
wait.
Can you buy us a Tesla?
No, y'all making money with the super chats.
You
and
ain't
stuff.
gave
Y'all-
us but
you
$3.04.
Exactly.
Shit,
You
we
ain't
can
gonna
divide
buy
that shit in half good. Send us some money, big truck. Shit. Anyway, we'll start to have final thoughts. Triple Black, what are your final thoughts?
I don't even know, man. That shit
Child,
got in the
listen.
week. But anyways, I mean, listen. I don't think black men in general want to be harmful to black women at all. Matter of fact, like, I mean, come on, man. They've had like many YouTube videos when they see black dudes and like somebody acting out of order towards women. They normally like white knight it, get off her or whatever. That I don't even think that's a threat. I think that's made up for like the women that are not getting attention. You know what I'm saying? They create these false narratives. But you know what? Let me just wrap this shit up. There's a lot of fucking shit that black men are going through, and black women do not want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. I mean, your default for some reason is like some super nigga that can like defy all odds. You know what I'm saying? Like Tupac. You know what I'm saying? Against all odds and just defy all that shit. The reality is there's a lot of niggas that's going through shit. There's a lot of guys that are going through shit. And I think the red pill is one of those kind of like almost a safe haven to kind of validate all the shit that like a lot of black men have went through. You know what I'm talking about? They went through it and it validated like, you know what? I wasn't tripping. This is what she was on. You know what I'm saying? That's why I think it resonates. So I'm gonna leave it at that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of black men gravitate towards the red pill because it validates a lot of the shit that we went through. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Well, Mr. is Triple Black, definitely appreciate you for coming through.
For
You
sure.
gave some really good commentary, so thank you.
I agree. Thank you, Triple Black. Appreciate you, brother.
Okay. Mr. Z, what are your final thoughts?
Mr. Z.
I'm still here. I'm still here. Yes, ladies. Thank you for having me up. Can you guys hear me well?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah. No. I mean, look. Um, there's been research done about people consuming a lot of those first 48 shows and violent shows about, oh, snapped and this husband killed this wife and his kids and blah blah blah, and what that does to our psyche.
Mm-hmm.
So that you might, local news, it is happening, but you got to remember your city has how many hundreds of thousands or a couple million people, so these stories, they're real, they are real, but when you put it in the grand scheme of things, in the context, it's we people are going to have a difficult time believing this. We are literally living in the safest time in like human history, though. Like, people don't want to believe that. It's true, though. It's true. That, like, get out of your mind that 2,000 years ago, people weren't getting murked left and right. They were getting murked left and right, right? So, like, we are living through a safer time in human history, even with this kind of uptick in violence post COVID. And because I know that, I don't have the same anxiety going out in public, although I know something can happen to me. Like I told y'all, I do live in South Florida, right? Scam central. So something can happen to me, right? And I know this, but it doesn't cause me great fear. Number one. Number two, your boys and your sons are having real experiences with your daughters, and we might have went too far over the past 40, 50 years in compensating for women's um feeling of being inadequate, or feel, or wanting to compete and be part of the economy, and wanting all the rights and privileges of men, right? So, like, and I think your son's indifference, we have to be honest about what that is, and it is a real thing. Like, and I think we play it down too much in our society, right? So, like, um I think that's what we're seeing. These boys are speaking amongst themselves. They're listening, yes, to social media and whatever, and our entire system is trying. Our entire system is trying to pretty much play them down and tell them to just go back, put your head down, and go be a walking wallet and an overglorified guard dog, and hopefully she won't leave you and take half your shit, right? So, like, I don't think that works in the long run. I'm telling you, to be honest. I'm around young men, 16 and 15 and 17, and they just think different than some of us, even millennials and Xers and boomers. Like, they just think different. They're not with it. And low key, a lot of them are already SYSBM. They might not be full on passport bros, but these young black boys, they're SYSBM at when they hit puberty, right? They don't have the same experiences with some of us, even millennials, with when we were maturing and hitting puberty, and some of the ways we saw women and girls, right? We still had hope. Right? Some of us millennials still had hope, right? These Gen Z, it's just different, right? And I don't even want to know what alpha's going to be like. So I'm saying all of that to say we have to be careful about, like you ladies were saying earlier, about minimizing what these boys are experiencing. I think the entire education system trying to look out for these, for look out for the manosphere talking points. Okay, you drive an underground, and then what? Okay, so the boys not going to be talking about that in school. They're on their phones anyway. So you don't even postpone it for 12 years. All you do is drive an underground, which makes it more enticing. And so these young women are still going to have to feel that apprehension and that indifference when they get out in the dating scene anyway. You really didn't change anything, you know. And I'll pause right there. Thank you for having me up, ladies. It's sad that we've had decades of, like, niggas ain't shit and men ain't shit, and dumb retarded fathers in these movies and these TV shows, and we have, what, half a decade of manosphere talking points hitting mainstream, and everybody's up in arms. That's insane. And I'll pause right there. I'm done. Thank you for having me up.
Thank you so much, Mr. Z. You really hit some great points.
Mr. Z always
Um,
coming with that fire, with that heat.
Yeah, I do think that he brought about a good point with the mass paranoia and the mass hysteria, especially about what's being pumped into our TVs and into our psyche. I think that's a very, very valid point. But it's fucking crazy to me It's crazy to me when you have men saying like, "Oh, just kind of throw caution to the wind, do what you do. You shouldn't be worried about this, that, and the third." When these things are being pumped into our
Yeah.
psyche. You
I'm
hear,
definitely not saying that part though.
yeah,
I get it. I get
um,
it.
yeah, but
I'm gonna say
when you
no
see
comment.
these
But
type of things
he got
coming
some.
across your news screen every day, the fact that I'm a resident of Georgia now, and the things that I've seen, I'm not gonna say it's right in my backyard because I actually, my husband moved to we in the suburbs, but it's still like if I do happen to go to the city, um, or being in Mississippi and the carjackings are up, the violence in Mississippi and especially in Jackson is ridiculous.
Oh
But
yeah.
being worried about being jacked because I go to a gas station and I'm in my luxury car and now I'm damn near scared to drive my luxury
Wait, what
car
kind of
home.
car you got?
Don't worry about all that.
Come
I'll
on,
I'll
just
tell
say
you
what
in the
kind of
back.
car is
I'll
it?
tell you in the back. I'm not gonna.
She
I'm
got a
not.
Tesla. She got a
No, she
Tesla.
don't.
Thanks
No,
to
she don't.
you.
No, she don't. If she
Thanks
had
to
a
that
Tesla,
$3 and 4
if
cents.
if she had a
Thanks to that
Tesla, she wouldn't
$3
be
and 4
worried.
cents.
She wouldn't be worried about gas stations if she had a Tesla.
No, but certain things do make you a bit worried, especially in this day and age, especially with the economy, with where the money is going. I know so many people that are out of work, and I don't know why the hell they out of work because I don't get it. But then you think about the people that are out of work. Think about the way the rent is going up. Watch the money. Inflation, shit, it's winter is definitely here. Winter, I think winter has came for these men, and I think everybody's going to do what they have to do to survive, and all you can do is get your shit together and pray, because this is about to be rough. So shout out to Nick Taljavon. He says, every time Mr. Z on the panel, y'all better act cause black men are leaving and y'all don't want that. He say it every time. I ain't gonna lie. But I'm not in disagreement with it. Um, yeah, I'm not in disagreement with it. Big Truck, what are your raggedy ass final thoughts, child? You done
Yeah.
drove me nuts today.
No, but you know what? See, but you know what? It's just like, you know what? You started off this entire show with that clip of that woman who's acting indifferent to this guy. He's going out. He's the trucker. He's going out making the money, paying these bills, coming home. She has nothing for him, no food, no nothing, and he's expecting to come home to a wife who actually cooks something for him. Let me tell y'all something. And I know, Sister George, you have a son. I don't know if Rose has a son over there, but let me tell you something. It may sound like I'm joking, but by all of these metrics that I'm seeing, things are only getting worse for these boys in general. And the reality is, just like I keep on pointing out, men are evolved to basically be hunter gatherers. They go out, they get stuff, they bring it back home. They think that if they can have a relationship, that's basically part of it. If they don't have stuff like that, these dudes who they think they're getting by, they're sitting playing their PlayStation, they sit and playing their Xbox in their mama's basement until they're about 30 or 40 years old. And then eventually they wake up and realize how far behind they actually are. These random acts of violence and all these mentally ill people, these people came from in many cases, regular homes, or they came from broken homes, one way or another. Because you see all of these violent school shooters, and they're coming out of homes with mothers and fathers. So the thing about it is, it's a deeper situation than that. A lot of these dudes, especially in this manosphere, these dudes, I've listened to these dudes, they're suffering from grief. They are having the same circular conversation about all the women they ain't getting. And they're having the same circular conversation about how badly they got fucked in child support. And they're having the same circular conversation every single day. So when I tell you, no, you're not safe, it may be dudes your age. It may be dudes young kids. It may be boys who are growing up maladjusted to this society. And they can't adjust to this society because it lacks the order that males need to adjust to the society. Every metric that I'm seeing. So I'm not surprised by anything that you're saying. But what I'm saying is, unless you inject order back into the society, Like you're talking about gas stations at 3 a.m. When I go overseas, I go to countries specifically that are so hard and so totalitarian that their people would be terrified to do anything to me. If you can't guarantee that same safety here for your kids and your family, then I don't know what to tell you. And if you're always gonna vote against people who sound like me, who stand up and tell you, no, you need law and order, and you need to get that patriarchy back, and y'all are standing up there and voting against me because it takes away your personal freedom, then you are just going to have to live with the society that you're creating each and every time you cast a ballot. And that's the truth. And I'm saying that as seriously as I can say it. These boys are being destroyed. These girls are already ruined. And the problem is, the worse it gets for these girls, the worse it'll be for these boys who should be growing up to be men. But now you see they're dropping out of everything. They don't know anything about family planning. They're not joining anything. They're not joining schools. They're not joining the military. They don't even show up to work on time because they don't feel the responsibility. They are suffering from anomie. They feel separated. They feel apart from this system. And this is a system that was built for them by liberal feminism. And now you're seeing the results of it. So that's all I have to say. I'm going to bid you to adieu and allow you to get some sleep. Go kiss your son, give him a nice kiss on the head and tell him sleep peacefully and everything. And just say, Big Truck said, peace up, brother. The manosphere is going to take over from here. We're gonna set you in the right direction, and we're gonna push you towards the light side of the force because you got the midi-chlorian count and you're the chosen one. And we're gonna the Passport Bros. We'll take over from here. So thank you very much.
Child. My pressure about to go up again, child. I'm just thank you, Big Truck. We really appreciate you.
Good night.
Good night.
Jesus, y'all literally had me on here for 4 hours. I'm calling in sick from work on Wednesday just to let you know I got a cough coming.
Your ass better go take some of the goddamn potion. Go take a shot. Go take a shot of whiskey like you was doing on the Saturday. That'll clear right on out.
I just want to say to second really quick. Yeah, I want to say first off, it's not, you guys come on here. You guys are in the manosphere every single day, bringing your gripes in relation to, whatever your complaints are as Black men. It is, as Black women, it is our responsibility to speak to the experiences of Black women. We would be remiss if we did not speak to the fears and concerns of Black women. We can't tell Black women to ignore their concerns and ignore their fears because not all Black men are going to slap the crap out of you as they're walking towards you. Of course we know that. And as I stated, like, I personally don't fear Black men. I feel safer in the presence of Black men than any other men, especially my brethren being, African-American men, Black men, period, Black men who look like me, but my tribe solely. But I do have to say, like, when of course there's some fear mongering going on. We know that. And Mr. Z talked about this is the safest time in history. Okay, yeah, that may be so, but there are things that we as Black women need to ensure that we are doing to protect ourselves, i.e., not going outside late at night. I've lived in Atlanta for almost 20 years. There's been 2 times when something bad is happening to me, kind of 3. One where it was my daughter, not me, but each time it was very, very late at night and it was in a shady area. So it behooves me not to be out late at night, 2, 3 in the morning and have my car parked in shady areas. Like, hello, that is something I can do to protect myself. So there are certain things that we as women have to do. Not pull over late at night, not be at gas stations late at night, not park on random streets where it's dark, where it's not well lit. There are certain things that we as women have to do to protect ourselves. And that's just common sense. sense. Just like I tell y'all that y'all get mad about, that y'all be in y'all fifis about when I say it regarding, you guys, looking out for your best interest and vetting women, even though those women are not African American women, reminding y'all that y'all should still vet any woman that y'all come across. I'm going to tell Black women to also look out for their best interests and make sure that they are protecting themselves. It's the same type of messaging. So yeah, I say all that to say we know that Black men are not a danger to us as a whole, but the fact still remains that Black women still need to ensure that they are protecting themselves. And because of the rise in random acts of violence, Black women are finding themselves to be a little bit hesitant to interact with random men in, just situations where they're just passing by in a public setting, not necessarily an intimate setting, but a public setting. And that's why you might see women a little hesitant to speak to you. So just wanted to speak to that really quickly. This was a dope conversation, super fire, super dope. Y'all kept me on here for 4 hours, which was far longer than I wanted to be on here. I still need to shower and get my life together. This was fire. What you got, Danny?
Girl, yeah. Oh, shout out to everybody that came through, especially to you guys that donate to our platform. We'll talk shit and have a little fun, but I definitely wanted to express appreciation for you guys' continued support. Shout out to everybody that came through on a panel. It was a really, really dope ass discussion. So, just shout out to everybody that came through and everybody in the chat. Y'all know y'all keep us on our toes, and, y'all continue to be an instrument in the conversations that we have. So thank you to everybody that came through, period. So yeah, it was a really good conversation. So glad we did this topic today.
I agree.
Yeah.
Big Truck, my husband is a Marine, baby. You don't have to worry about that. I'm good, honey. I'm good. But yeah, it was dope. We'll see y'all Wednesday.
I gotta answer this damn question, and they probably being disrespectful, which is probably why they are scared. Shit.
Oh my God!
I mean,
why be literally why?
Child. Shout out to Green Machine. Hey, Green Machine. He says, "Are you sure we are not the monsters you say we are?"
I know my Black kings ain't monsters. I mean,
I don't think that you guys are monsters, but we have to take into consideration what the fuck is going on
some
in
of
the
y'all
world.
in the chat may be a little questionable. Y'all in the chat may be a little questionable, but listen.
Do not talk about my incelic friends like that. They ain't no killer. They ain't getting no ass, but that don't make them killers though. Okay.
I cannot.
They just ain't getting no ass, but they not killers. Okay.
Yeah, listen, you right about that. They may be incels,
but they ain't no killers, baby. They ain't no killers.
they might be MGTOW monks, but they ain't monsters.
Right.
Yeah, but I gotta get up out of here.
That should be they slogan: monks, not monsters. I like that. that's pretty good, Concrete. You came up.
I'll see y'all Wednesday. I'm out.
All right, y'all. I'm out too.